for military members. So a group of soldiers
Adam Schefter at ESPN says there's 275,000 people.
Well, that was some party in downtown Detroit. 775,000 people shattering the NFL draft attendance record.
This is the future. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
Yeah.
On my phone was Peyton Manning. He said, Jeff, I feel your pain. Will you join me in exorcising the curse of Bobby Lane? Just like that, we started winning. Just like that, we were playoff bound. Just like that, way up in heaven, Bobby Lane turned around. Say goodbye to all that sorrow. Say goodbye to all that pain. Say goodbye. Same old lion and the curse of Bobby Lane. Everybody say goodbye to all that sorrow. Say goodbye to all that pain. Say goodbye to same old lion and the curse of Bobby Lane.
All right, what's happening, everybody? It is round 2 and 3 tonight. Your Detroit Lions, last I heard, still picking at pick 50. Blake Miller is the Lions' first pick at pick 17. Brad Holmes stuck the pick. And I stuck my ass in urgent care today.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, man, my freaking ears are just...
My afternoon was bad.
They're gone, dude. Like, I've got all this shit now. I'm putting up my nose and not that kind of stuff, but I don't know. Stuff to hopefully bring the inflammation down. It's like buzzing in between my head, man, and not in a good way. Not in a good way.
Just make sure that stuff you're putting up your nose is white.
Well, maybe
you don't want the blue stuff.
Maybe that's the problem.
Don't do the blue stuff. I'm telling
The
you.
blue stuff. Oh,
Yeah, that
Lord.
stuff they made on Breaking Bad, man, that's not good for your nose.
Can't imagine it's good for you at all, period.
Yeah.
I thought I was wired last night. Man, that'd be pretty wicked. All right, so what's happening tonight? We've got Brad Holmes blessed us last night, and Blake Miller blessed us today. You know, just like last year, I didn't really I didn't give like the full response of how I felt about, the first couple of picks until I marinated on it for a little bit. And honestly, Blake Miller makes a ton of sense. He makes a ton of sense. And he is everything that the Detroit Lions are looking for. But all I heard today, as usual, everywhere, on social media, in Brad Holmes' press conference, in Blake Miller's press conference is, why didn't we get an edge? And I'm just going to say it, man. I said it before. I'll say it again. Like, y'all need to just chill and realize that there's people a lot smarter than you doing their job, winning a lot of football games, bringing a winning organization to Detroit, and teams want, or players want to come play for us. We haven't had that in a long time, and that's not enough, right? Of course, we want a Super Bowl. Like, that's not enough. But my God, it's like, did they not even realize like the level of players that are in this draft? And so then I thought about something, Eric. I'm like, why don't we look at the rookies from last year?
Yeah.
And see what rookie edge defenders had a great year. How many of them were all pros, defensive player of the year, Pro Bowlers, 10-plus sacks? How many rookie edge defenders were able to do that last year?
The only one I can think of is James Pierce. I think had 10 sacks.
And he turned out to be just an amazing human being.
Yes, yeah, stand-up citizen. He's going to go do some what do you call it? Anger management tolerance classes, and it's all going to disappear. So,
yeah, that sounds like a lot of money paid somebody off in Bitcoin.
You know what happened? He got Cam Sutton's lawyer.
Probably.
That's what happened, because you know how Cam Sutton had to do some I don't know what you call it.
It was Florida, right? It was a diversionary program, but it's
diversion.
Florida.
That's what it was called, the diversionary program. So that's what James Pierce has to do in Georgia. And listen, I read that the victim, the police officers involved, and the prosecutor all signed off on this to make it all disappear.
That sounds like money, brother.
If he does a diversionary program.
Sounds like money, because you know what? You remember what Cam Newton said the other day?
What's that?
You protect the bag, right? And Terry and Arnold is the bag. Everybody falls on the sword for TA. Well, everyone's going to fall on the sword for James Pierce and get it to go away, because if he can't play, we don't get Prada and Gucci and Fendi, and we didn't get to go to the the Sizzler. You know what I'm saying? We don't get to go out and eat. We don't get to go on lavish trips. We don't get to buy watches and sports cars. But if we do all this for him, maybe we might get a few extra Bitcoins in our Bitcoin wallet. Come on, man. That's the way the NFL works. So that's the way money works.
I will tell you this, though, that I was super busy today, but I did get a chance for about 15 minutes to look at my phone. And so the first thing I did is I tried to look up and see what other fans were saying about their team's draft picks.
Yeah.
And there's one team in the NFC North that their fans, you think Detroit fans are mad about taking Blake Miller? I'm telling you what, right now, Viking fans are pissed about taking a defensive tackle where they took him, Caleb Banks, and the fact that they took Banks and not McDonald. The Vikings fans are just losing it. They're having a meltdown.
I mean, it's just the way fans are. I mean, we're never supposed to be happy, right? We're only supposed to be happy when we're winning football, and you know that's how it goes. When we're winning games, everyone's happy, excited, hugging each other like you've known each other for 100 years, and come on over to my barbecue and my cookout. Man, the minute we get a loss, it's like, I don't even know you, and you said that we didn't need an edge rusher, so you and your mama can go home.
Yeah,
that's what it's like.
You ain't coming to my barbecue, Will. You didn't want an edge rusher.
Yeah, that's what it's
And
like. It's like politics now in sports. Instead of GOP versus the Democrats or vice versa, and then the green dudes, the independents, and whatever else is going to pop up. Now it's the edge and everybody else that wasn't the answer.
Yeah, today is safety versus edge. So I got my typical day after text from my buddy Bob that goes to all the games with me and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And first thing, so who's the edge we taking tonight? We taking Zion. Zion's got to be on your board. And I'm like, no, he's not on my board at all. I don't want the Lions to take him at all. I don't want Zion. And he was like, well, who do you want? I said, I don't want an edge at all in round 2. I said, I want a safety in round 2. I want one of these top safeties. And he's like, you just want guys because their names, so you can buy a new jersey and have a certain name on the back of the jersey. And I'm like, no, I want what's going to help this team win. And I even said, we were number 4 in sacks last year. Why do we need to? Why do we need to go after an edge rusher? We're 4th in sacks. There's no reason for it. In my mind, I would rather take the best player available right now. So right now, you're looking at these boards, I'm looking at this, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is staring us in the face. And if it's not him, then Hood or Avian Terrell or even Gerard McCoy, who I've heard the Lions are high on, is staring us in the face. And then I would rather take Caden McDonald, Hunter, or Allen as a defensive tackle or a linebacker even still. So I think the edge rushers that are left,
there's a lot left.
There's a lot. And that's why I'm not worried about grabbing one at the top of the second. Because everybody I talk to wants us to move up in the second round and grab the best edge rusher. I don't think we need to move up. If we're going to take an edge rusher, we can just stick and pick.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We don't need to move to get an edge.
No, we don't need to move at all. I mean, we can take Dennis Sutton. We can take Curry, Crawford, Moore, Josephs, Zion Young, Height, Mason Thomas, Yakis, Howell, Parker, TJ Parker. I mean, we can take any one of those guys. If one of those guys is the flavor of the day that you really like, that you think is the bee's knees, you can do it. Where I think there's only one safety that's in that same range as all those players I just talked about, and that's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. And then there's only 4 corners in that same price range, and that's Hood, Avion Terrell, McCoy, and Cease. I would take one of those 5 players over any edge in this draft class that's left right now. And I think the Detroit Lions are thinking the same way. They've got their eyes fixed on, I'm guessing, these top players in this SIS board that are left. That is the exact same way I would be looking at it. I would ignore the 2 wide receivers that are up there, or the 3 wide receivers. Everybody else, you're on my board. Let's go.
All right. I think if you guys have questions, make sure you guys put it in caps. As far as ads go, I can dial them back. I will not turn them all the way off. It's bad enough that we're shadow banned, just like a lot of people are, but we don't get enough. We don't get enough. Yeah. Anytime we have a live stream during anything NFL, there's very few channels that do well.
Yeah.
Very, very few. I mean, I used to have 500 people in here all the time. Don't have it anymore.
Hey, Eric Myers has a good question here. He says, hey, Will, I remember when you did a video on Penn State's Aller like a year ago. Do you still have an opinion on him?
I did a video on Aller last year.
Yeah. What position does he play?
Quarterback. Didn't you just read the question?
Drew Aller, right?
Drew Aller?
Is it Drew?
Drew.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what my opinion is, other than, I mean, I think he can be a decent QB. Any quarterbacks in this class right now are I got to try to get something open here. Any quarterbacks in this that are left, I mean, you're not looking for a day one starter, clearly. You're looking for big-time backups, 2-3 year projects, guys that are going to sit for a while. But I do like Drew Aller. I think that there's more to his game than what people lead on. Let me pull up some stuff on him real quick.
Yeah. Right now, he's the number 4 quarterback on the SIS list that's left. You have Nussmeier, Klubnik, Beck, and then Aller.
So Drew Aller, he has great arm talent. He has phenomenal arm talent. He's big. He's 6'5". I think he's like 235, 225, somewhere in that range. So he was like the perfect prototypical quarterback at this point, and definitely what's in this draft. I would have taken him over Ty Simpson, to be honest with you. Ty Simpson, the dude's played like 15 games. And if you want to talk about a fan base, like you were talking about earlier, that's melted down, holy cow. McVay, he had laser eyes last night. He was he looked like he was so livid.
He was pissed.
But I think it's the way that the camera framed it, because I went and watched the whole thing, and the whole interview was not that bad. I think it's the way that they cut it, clipped it.
Yeah.
They made it look a certain way, and that's what toxic media does. But anyway, Drew Aller, he's played at least 25, 26 games in his career, plenty of starts at Penn State. Last year was a rough season for him, and that knocked his stock down quite a bit. I think he only played 6, maybe 7 games last year, but I really liked him. And I think that this is a guy that Brad could be looking at, to be honest with you. Where?
Yeah.
Probably top of the third or end of the third is what I'm thinking.
Okay.
End of the third, early fourth. Like if he gets all the way to 118 and he's still on the board at 118 or even 128, I would not be surprised if Brad Holmes takes him. I would not be surprised one bit. Little more information. He's a former 5-star quarterback out of Medina, Ohio. He grew up playing fullback and linebacker before switching to quarterback in high school. He won Ohio's Mr. Football as a senior. He was also a pitcher, a shortstop, and a third baseman in baseball. So that tells you he has the arm talent. It's big arm talent. He also played power forward in basketball at Penn State. Played in 9 games as a true freshman. Started 12 as a sophomore, 16 as a junior, and just 6 last year as a senior. After a broken left ankle ended his season. He is 6'5". He weighed in at 240 pounds at his height. I think he's around 230 now. I'd have to look at his combine. He passes the eye test. Absolutely passes the eye test. I think he's going to be one of the better quarterbacks in this draft. But that arm talent, the velocity, the distance, the accuracy, whatever you want to put on the kid, he can throw it. Wherever you need to put the ball, he can put it. So I like him. If that's a good enough take for you, I like him. I haven't really studied up on quarterbacks because I really don't think we're going to take one unless it's late. But then again, if this kid is available, I like him better than Nussmeier. I like him better than Klubnik. I like him better than Payton. I like him better than Green. I like him better than every quarterback that's left on this board, to be honest with you, which is all of them besides 2. So there's that. Let me get some audio going here.
All right. Yeah, I was just going to
get some updates here by NFL Network while we get rolling.
Interrupt him and talk about the Columbia prospects going to get drafted. Except, whatever.
Well, we have the Detroit Lions, but who are you looking forward to seeing tonight? What team should we be on the lookout for?
It's not the Detroit Lions, with all due respect for them. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Arizona Cardinals do at 34. Obviously, we're going to find out early. Now, before them, my understanding is the San Francisco 49ers are getting some action about teams possibly coming up to 33. We actually, despite what sort of you may think, we usually don't see trades at 33. The 49ers are getting some interest. A couple really good players, Denzel.
That's all I needed to hear. So earlier today, and I apologize, Eric, you probably missed it. So when you left, I was doing the rest of the show, and I was going through the rest of the trade scenarios.
Oh, I thought you were done when I left.
No. I went for probably another half hour, 40 minutes or so. And then my doctor called, and I muted my mic. I don't know what happened, but everybody heard my entire doctor's call. So I had to go and clip it out, and then I ended up killing it because I couldn't clip it fast enough. And
Yeah.
I had to protect my doctor because it's a HIPAA violation, and I'm not getting whacked
Yeah.
$750K. I could get sued, and so I had to take care of that. But anyway, and then just so happened, like right after that phone call, I jump back in. I do another little wrap up of a couple of trades, trade scenarios, moving up to get Emmanuel McNeil Warren we'd have to get up to 36.
Yeah.
So we've got about 15 minutes before things start to kick off. I'd like to start rolling through who we think some of these teams are going to take early and where it fits. But here it is, man. If we want to get to 36, and I did this earlier, but if we want to, and so what I'll say is I apologize that if you guys had to hear me talking to my doctor, but I don't care that people know I got bad knees, bad back, bad neck. I'm 45 years old, and I've had tremendous accidents in my life. Everyone knows that I've had cancer and still battling and all that shit too. So, the ticket to ride here, if you want EMW, I think it's 36. I think that the biggest need on the board right now for the Raiders after taking Mendoza is going to be a safety. And if they want the best safety on the board without dipping in and taking Jelon Kilgore or waiting for Wheatley or Halsey, it's Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I don't expect him to last 10 picks, let alone 6.
One.
So, and it could be 1, right? And so a lot of teams...
He's going 33.
Like he just said, he doesn't think the Lions are making any moves right now. Not sure why. Or maybe he was just saying he doesn't expect us to do a whole lot. But a lot of calls at 33. And so if teams right now are calling... Who is that? The 49ers at 33, right? I got to get the draft order up too. Shoot. Got to get everything open.
Wow, I just read something that's very smart by Mike Valenti, and I kind of actually like what he said.
That's a first.
He said by drafting Miller, you can move Borum to a reserve role where he will be one of the better backup swing tackles in football. You've created depth.
No shit.
Yeah, for the first time ever, Mike Valenti said something smart about the Lions. Wow. He's usually just ripping on them.
Well, I mean, if you look at the overall picture, one of the things that I'd mentioned since, I don't know, December when I started talking about Proctor was when you bring in competition, you bring in a guard, you bring in a tackle if you can. What are you doing now with Frazier and Mahogany? One of those guys is going to have to battle it out for the guard spot, but if they still go get a guard, you now have all new starters on that line other than Tate Ratledge and Penei Sewell. And who's to say they're happy with Tate Ratledge? Maybe Tate has to go through, the competition as well. I'm sure they all do. May the best man win. But right now, the way that this offensive line is shaping up to be, it's going to be a strength of this team in 2026. It is not going to be a weakness. It is going to be a strength. And I'm hoping that Miller, even though he doesn't have the years of experience, I'm hoping that he can at least pick up where Taylor Decker left off at a minimum. I mean, Taylor was probably 85% of himself, since he was a rookie. Even at his best years, 2-3 years into his career, he was a shell of himself because of all the injuries that he's been through. I mean, his body went through the ringer. He was beat up just like Ragnow was. So I'm hoping that Miller can step in and at least pick up where he left off. At a minimum. I'm not high on Jennings Dunker at guard. I mean, he's a fun, energetic guy. He really is, but I'm not that high on him. I think he's got way too many issues. But you know what? If the Lions take him, they take him. If the Lions take him, they take him. Then they know something. They know something more than we do, right?
I don't think Jennings Dunker is any better than Mahogany or Frazier.
Well, and I'm glad you just brought up. Oh, I thought you said Manu. You said Mahogany.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's better than Manu.
Well, I'm glad that I saw Manu in the chat, and I thought you said Manu.
Yeah.
The thing about Manu right now is I think that the writing is on the wall that this is the shitter get off the pot year, and not only that, but I would like to see him try out at guard. That's too big of a body, man. He moves too well. left tackle is probably it's just not for him. It's just not for him. You put him in at left guard, and I think that you could potentially upgrade over Mahogany and Frazier too if it clicks, right? What if the Lions did something crazy? And I'm not saying they would do this, but what if they ended up finding another tackle, and then they put Penei Sewell at guard? Wouldn't that be crazy? I'm not saying they would ever do that, but could you imagine having a road grader that plays tackle out there just erasing dudes at a guard position?
Yeah,
that would be phenomenal.
Yeah. What if their plan really has been to move Manu into guard all along?
Well,
to eventually move him in if it doesn't work out.
Speaking of moving, if you go back 2 years, or like when this channel first started,
yeah,
I said when they signed Penei Sewell that they're going to have to sign him to a contract that he's going to go play left tackle. I said that 2.5 years ago because the amount of money that he's going to get paid to play right, you're going to have to step it up. Because he was going to be our left tackle of the future when Decker retired or when Decker was gone. And it happened. I foresaw that 2.5 years ago. This year, I was on the fence on what they were going to do. If they don't get a left tackle, okay, he's moving. If they don't, if they get a right tackle, it is what it is. But if they would have found a left tackle in this draft, he's staying on the right side. So it is what it is, man. He'll be just fine. It's gonna take him a minute, but he's probably already taking reps. Probably started taking reps last night. I'll let you manage the chat for a minute while I answer their questions, while I get some stuff open, if you don't mind.
All right. ARF says sounds good to me, Eric. I don't see. If the Lions in their one game experiment with Manu last year decided, you know what, that's enough. It's taken too long. We need to get something out of this 3rd round pick. We only have him for one more year after this year. Let's try him at guard. He's a massive body. At least he can just clog up a lane, and with his athleticism, you'd think he could pull. You would think that he could get to the other side of the line pretty fast and take on a linebacker. Smaller dudes. So I would think it would happen.
They're talking about Aller right now.
Editor can move better than you think with his big frame. He is coming off of that knee injury. Obviously, he missed the back half of the season for Penn State. But if he gets into the right system and can sit for a couple of years, I think he's the type of guy that could have a bit of an upside in the NFL. Because, again, being miscast in that offense, I think his best football actually could be ahead of him.
I have my hand up for a reason. Someone call on me, please.
Charles. CD.
Drew Aller, if he doesn't look like what the Pittsburgh Steelers have wanted in a quarterback over the years, we're missing our bet. Played at Penn State.
That's a perfect mock right there.
Identified all the stuff about
Pittsburgh Steelers.
But he has the look. He has the frame.
There you go. See, now I'm looking at a mock draft on X right now, and they don't have a single quarterback going in the 2nd round. I could definitely see a Carson Beck or Nussmeier or any of these guys going 2nd round, because now it's not as much draft capital to move up. If you need to get somebody, now you can take a flyer on one of these guys in the 2nd round. It doesn't matter. And quarterback for a lot of these quarterback needy teams, because so you have at number 34, you have the Cardinals. The Cardinals could use a quarterback. Let's see. The Bills are good. The Raiders are good. New York's good. But then you get down to 39 to the Browns. Are they good? Number 40. So you have the Chiefs. Do the Chiefs need a backup? They might want to get their backup in the future. Let's see. The Bengals should be good. Saints should be good. But the Dolphins, they have Malik Willis. And then you have number 44 with the Jets. The Jets, they could probably use at least a backup quarterback. Then you have the Ravens, the Bucks, the Colts, and the Falcons. I think they're all good right now. Falcons, unless they think Penix isn't going to work out. And then you have the Vikings. And the Vikings, they don't really need a quarterback. We don't need one. I wouldn't think the Panthers would, but Green Bay at 52 with their first pick. What a jaw-dropping moment it would be if the Green Bay Packers took their eventual quarterback of the future in round 2, pick 52. I think that would be a bomb drop moment. A bunch of jaws hitting the floor. But then you have at 53, you have the Steelers. They could definitely use a quarterback because they don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to come back this week, next week, or never. They have no clue. And then you have the Eagles. I think they're okay. Chargers should be okay. Jacksonville should be okay. 57, you have the Bears. It just depends on what they do with their backup, but I think they're fine. San Francisco's good. Texans are good again. And then you have the Bears again at 60. So they have 2 out of 4 picks. So the Bears pick at 57, then they pick again at 60, 3 picks later. So the Bears got some ammo here in the second round. And then the Rams, they just picked up their backup quarterback. I think that the Broncos are probably pretty good at quarterback. Patriots, I don't know as they need another one. And same thing with the Seahawks. But maybe the Seahawks want to get their quarterback of the future. But what I'm seeing on this Jeff Bell's mock draft on X is edge. I mean, he has, let's see, he has a big run of them here. Zion Young, and then he's got TJ Parker, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell, Derek Moore, and Danny Dennis Sutton, all going in the second round. Do you really think there's going to be 6 or 7 edge players taken in the second round? What do you guys think? K Bizarre says, KB says, laugh out loud, the all edge draft. And that's basically what it is, you know. I don't know why everybody thinks this is such. There's a lot of edge players in this draft. I just don't know if there's a lot of really good edge players in this draft. If you know what I mean by that. Let's see. Hey, well, that's good. Bees 991. Good to see everyone. I've been out of the loop trying to catch up. And I think that's a lot of NFL fans, not just Lions fans. I think NFL fans, period. After the Super Bowl, a lot of fans, they just need a break. It's been 20-something weeks of football every Sunday, every Saturday, every Monday. And, you know, the wife needs a break. The family needs a break from dad watching football all the time or the kids watching football. So a lot of people do take 3-4 months off here, and they really don't get back into football or paying attention to it until the draft arrives. So a lot of people don't know who all these people are. They're not into, they're not plugged in. So it shows like this where we can go over who all the players are and learn them. And that's what I'm doing. I'm learning all these players as we go. Even though I went to the combine and went to the draft last year and all that, you know, I still learn as I go. I'm still just a fan at heart. And I guess you could say before I was a lazy fan and now I'm an unlazy fan. All right. So here is a list from Notorious in Detroit. And he's listing all the edge players that he wants to see. So he wants Detroit to take an edge player. He's got them listed like this: Zion Young, Cassius Howell, Gabe Yakus, TJ Parker, Derek Moore, R. Mason Thomas, Kenron Crawford, Jayshon Bartham, Joshua Josephs, Danny Dennis Sutton, Romello Height, and LT Overton. That's 12.
Who's that?
So this is a guy from Detroit on X called Notorious Detroit. That's his list of the edge players.
Notorious.
Yeah, so he wants an edge in the second round.
Look, I'm not hating on an edge in the second round at
no,
all. I'm
me
not.
neither. I just don't think it's going to happen.
No, I'm just saying, like, if there's a way to move up to get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, that would be the smartest play. And again, only if what we don't know is what we don't know.
Yeah.
If Kirby Joseph is solid, then okay, then I get it. But I still would never put all my eggs in that basket. You have an opportunity to get a once in a lifetime player, and you got to go get him. Hey, there's my boy.
Who's that?
Afro Man.
Oh, where's he at?
They just showed him on the draft.
Oh, at the draft. I'm a few seconds behind you, usually.
All right, I'm going to turn up the
Yeah,
volume.
there he is. Ben Bowman. Yeah. There's Ben. Yeah, Ben sits right one section over from me.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. We spent a week together at the EFUFA a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Quick word before Roger gets up there.
Defense. We're going to see a lot of it tonight.
All right, so here comes the commissioner of the NFL back on the stage.
All right, we'll let them get everything kicked off here since they're about to kick off the draft. It's the most important part, so we're going to mute it up, and we'll be back in a few moments.
Hey, put up a poll for me and list 4 positions.
Gotta wait.
Okay.
Gotta let him kick off the draft.
Let's go. Come on, Pittsburgh. Okay, welcome to night 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Last night, in front of more than 320,000 fans, right here in Pittsburgh. Give yourself a hand. That's awesome. And millions more watching around the world, we welcome 32 incredible young men to the NFL family. And tonight, already there are over 260,000 fans here. You've already set a record for night 2. And as you can see, I'm joined by 32 players and legends of our game, all here to help us select the next generation of talent.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Pennsylvania or played football. One of the most talent-rich
Losing the sound on and
regions
off
in
there.
the country.
Got it now.
Yeah.
With more than 650 players advancing to the National Football League. Long known as the cradle of quarterbacks, Western Pennsylvania is a true pipeline of greatness, producing 23 Pro Football Hall of Famers. Please give them a warm welcome. Okay, Pittsburgh, are you ready? Round 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft is officially open. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock.
All right, so I'm already going to call BS here because Roger Goodell just said they had 220,000 people tonight.
Yeah.
And he said that they've already set a record. That's
For
wrong.
night 2.
The Lions night 2 had 275,000.
Yeah, exactly.
So they got 50,000 to go, and we had 775,000 plus by day 3.
Yeah.
So they had a really good first night, but they haven't beat the second and third night yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if they don't move, again, I'm sorry we didn't get in here earlier to kind of go through a bunch of players, but if they don't move here,
they get guys back healthy, including Bosa. That's big, but I wouldn't be surprised to try to add to that.
Yeah, I would say it's EMW.
Last night, those last 2 Super Bowl
Yeah,
winners,
I'm going to say they pick Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Adding some more depth to that pass rush would make some sense, Joel.
I love TJ Parker from Clemson. He's a really good player, guys. There's some serious juice, I think, still left on the edge, even though we saw a ton of edge rushers come off the board last night. And I would agree with you. And that's one thing that they're going to have to do is control the pocket of the opponent in that division. You've got Darnold and how well he played with Seattle, and obviously the reigning MVP in your division. So this is an edge that I think could use a little help. I think they could also look at offensive line. They're going to have to figure something out long-term for Trent Williams. Even though he signed that extension, you know, they're going to have to find a way to make sure that their offensive line is solidified in the future.
Yeah, I think the tackles kind of went out of their deal because we were thinking about that last night, why they just kept going back, I think. But don't ever underestimate the fact that they'll continue to pump up the offense. Because remember what Deebo Samuel did for them in that offense. There's a guy that you like a lot, Joel, and Jeremy Bernard, who does a lot of those similar things. So Kyle Shanahan, with his creativity and how he goes about doing things.
So to go back, since they're talking about edge, to go back to what I started with, how many rookies had an extremely good year in their first year last year when all Lions fans seemed to wanted an edge? It was only one. And it was James Pierce, like Eric said. He had 10.5 sacks. But James Pierce of the Atlanta Falcons played more off-ball linebacker, outside linebacker, not defensive end.
Yeah, they're a 3-4, aren't they?
So it's a big difference. Big difference that a lot of the Lions fans that want edge, they see these big numbers, these big gaudy numbers for these outside linebackers. It's like, man, we need pass rush. We need some more sacks. We need some more of what the Broncos are doing. Well, the Broncos run a 3-4. They don't run a 4-3. And not every defense is built to just get a ton of sacks. And you know, look, the Seahawks didn't have the most sacks. The Patriots didn't have the most sacks. And they were in the Super Bowl. Matter of fact, the Seahawks didn't even have a Super Bowl window that was even pre-built. Like, there was nothing.
Nobody said the window was open for Seattle last year. James Pierce, did he get a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro last year?
Denzel Boston is still out there at the wide receiver position. I know they addressed it with Evans and Christian Kirk in free agency.
I don't think he did.
They can't have enough weapons either. We talk about that defensive front. Adding another
I'll look it up right now.
Makes sense as well.
I would think
I don't think so.
The best value for them would be at edge. They could certainly address some of those other issues, but either Boston or edge would probably be the way you would go, at least for value. And I didn't mention Cassius Howell. I really loved his production.
I think we have a trade.
He's a guy that played very hard.
They're taking all their time, so I think there must be a trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're up to the 3-minute mark.
Morris is the new defensive coordinator in Atlanta last year when they took 2 pass rushers in the first round. He knows how to deploy those guys.
And I think the minimum is 5 minutes that Goodell wants them to wait.
49ers had 20. The 49ers only 20 sacks last year. Only the Jets and the Cardinals
Atlanta did not. James Pierce did not make the Pro Bowl or an All-Pro
last night. This is why you're talking edge, Joel. Pretty much right there.
I'll tell you the other move they made in free agency that I liked is the move to get Odigizua from the Cowboys to come in, someone who can rush inside. Those numbers those aren't going to look like that next year, provided all these big dogs stay healthy.
It looks like somebody's dialing a phone number right now.
Yeah, they get that. I was going to say that's got to be the youngest scouting staff in the NFL, based off that picture.
Is that right?
Now, if we see their draft room again, you'll see it. I think average age-wise, I'm going to put their staff as easily the youngest in the NFL.
All right, I'll tune them back a little bit until we get an answer here. But I think they might have a trade. And they're going to milk all of that clock. So, the one thing I never paid attention to is when you get a trade, does the next team get 8 minutes too?
Yes.
They do, don't they?
Yes.
Then the Cardinals will have had it. The Buffalo Bills will welcome them to the NFL draft.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Robbie.
And then the Giants one more time. And the,
Oh, 320K. I heard 230 or 220 or something. I didn't hear 320. I heard 320 the night before, the first night.
Yeah. Yeah, today he said 240.
I thought he said 220.
Oh.
Either way, we had a hell of a draft, man. That was such a good draft.
I love that.
Oh, pick is in. They stuck it.
Hey, even if you don't like that pick, guys, you're clapping back there. You get it. You're
All right, we got to call it live. So, on the board right now at 33, 49ers. I think Emmanuel McNeil-Warren makes a ton of sense here. And Jermad McCoy, if they want to go the injured player, and then Denzel Boston. Those are my 3 picks to the 49ers here in the first and the second round. But I'm gonna go with, I think I'm gonna go with my gut And I'm going to go Emmanuel McNeil Warren here.
I agree.
You taking him too?
Yep. Best player left on the board. You know, even if you look at SIS, all the players that are left, he's the best of all of them.
Some Penn Staters are going to be Shippensburg. John Kuhn of Shippensburg is going to be about that announcement.
He can still block you.
You see right here. Brian Westbrook of Villanova is coming out to do the Eagles pick, but it's Andy Lee, the old punter.
Oh, you guys could already see it? I don't know what the pick is.
With the commissioner to start tonight. Send things to the stage. Get a name.
How did you guys see it already?
There's some wows in the.
Yeah, but how are you guys seeing it?
They're looking
so
on
quick?
X or something. They're following somebody on X that already has it out. Because the TV is always 5 minutes
I want to
behind.
say it's awesome to be back in my college hometown. It was an honor to play here for 4 years, and I just want to thank the 49ers for this opportunity. I want to give a shout out to the 49er faithful, the best fans in the NFL. With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Yeah, this dude got some helium late in the process. He went to the combine and ran a blistering 4.3640, and you see there at 207 pounds. And the run after catch, that's where that speed shows up, specifically against Georgia, where he catches
Who
a
was it?
5-yard little hit.
Deshaun Stribling.
Rolls away.
Wow, he's a 5'9".
Yeah.
He had 1, 2, 3.
At the combine, but just look at him. When he gets the ball in his hands after the catch,
He's Puka Nakua-esque, man.
And think about that offense with Shanahan.
He
They're
had
gonna get you out of
17
space. They major in
other
guys that can do these things with
wide
the ball in their
receivers
hands
ahead of
after the
him on
catch.
SIS.
That's what he does best.
This is we think we found the guy that nobody else found, and he also has that is it Samoan, or maybe it's not Samoan, but he has that Puka Nakua about him. That's kind of what people talk about when they mention Stribling. Is he's the Puka Nakua-esque, you know, that's what they think they're getting here. I don't think so, but let me look up Stribling here and let's get intelligent. All right. Deshaun Stribling, yeah, he's out of Hawaii. I'm sorry. It wasn't coming to me. Pacific Islander. Kapa'oe, Hawaii. Overall, he projects as a number 4 receiver who fits best on the outside in a Z role. He can occasionally work the X, but his release and ability against press is inconsistent. Stribling has a history in spread, RPO, heavy offenses. That makes a lot of sense for the 49ers. And given, you know, there's his time at Washington State, Oklahoma State, and Ole Miss, 3 different teams. See, that's a big red X for Brad and Dan, is a player that is transferring often. If you're transferring to play, that's one thing. If you're transferring because you're afraid of competition, that's a whole nother. Looks like the Cardinals already got their pick in. That's crazy. No trade yet.
K Bizarre says this should spell the end for Brandon Ayuk. Well, I think the writing was on the wall of that one.
But that makes a lot of sense, though. Like, yeah, Ayuk's been done, but they needed a wide receiver replacement. That's why I had Denzel Boston there. Going back to the Cardinals here, I don't have the first round in front of me. Do you remember who they took in the first round?
Jeremiah Love.
Okay, they're going offensive line here. Let me get my draft matrix up. I think Chase Besantis might be the best guard on the board.
With the 34th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Besantis.
There we go.
Texas A&M.
There we go.
I got one. You didn't put your pick in.
No,
Come on, you got to get your pick in.
I'm trying to get all my stuff put together here.
Well, you better hurry.
Listen, if I get one right tonight, I will be extremely happy. Okay, so the Buffalo Bills.
Because they're going to be flying.
Yep. So the Buffalo Bills. Let's see. I'm gonna go.
And pick guys off, and then we talked about this a little bit of the theme.
Remember, I predicted EMW to go by pick 36. So Emmanuel McNeil Warren to go by pick 36, and he fits every freaking team on the way. So he could go as early as now, as the last pick, or by 36, but I don't think he goes much further than that. And if he goes further than that, there's something wrong with him.
I'm going to say Boston, the wide receiver from Washington.
That's a great pick for Buffalo.
Yep.
He's also a competitor. I think there was only guys, and you know this better than I would, 6 guys
And their pick is in.
every drill at the combine.
Their pick is in already?
Got in there,
Yeah.
and he competed, and he's certainly a hard worker.
It is?
Oh, I thought that's what it said on the TV screen. I'm sorry.
They're going to come off the board. They were really stout in that
I'm like, damn, I haven't even looked yet.
Who traded for DJ Moore back at the newly
Okay, so Boston, Brassel, Branch, McDonald, Hunter. Who did they take in the first round? Wait, this is the Bills. This is their first pick.
Bills, yes, first pick. I'm going to say wide receiver.
After they had the 26th overall pick in this draft.
I'm going with Denzel Boston.
Third round pick from 91 to 66.
Boston, that's who you're taking?
Improved a
Yeah.
fourth round pick from 165
The
to
kid from Washington.
125. They also added another 4 and another
They need
5.
O-line, linebacker, safety, wide receiver.
They've got 2 picks. Here's the first one. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'm looking at the linebacker position. I was looking at along the interior offensive line, and then also just more firepower at the wide receiver position. You know, they made that move. They brought in DJ Moore, but you watch that playoff game, it just felt like Josh Allen's got to have a little bit more firepower at his disposal to be able to get this thing all the way.
Did Jacob Rodriguez go this far, or go right now, this early?
But to me, it always felt like they were a weapon light.
Yeah, he has to play a lot of half-court basketball instead of full court where it's open field and he gets to go. He's got to
According to the draft matrix,
But what about edge rusher? I mean, that's one
if you go edge here, you're going TJ Parker. They need edge.
been there for a while, but he's not got double-digit sacks yet. They don't
If you're
have
going to go
that by the time
linebacker,
they got Von Miller, he had injuries. He wasn't the guy
I'd
that
say
they
it's
were
probably
looking
Jacob
at.
Rodriguez or CJ Allen.
Could be there. The guy you mentioned before, TJ Parker, staring them in the face if they're thinking and going in that direction.
Well, they were 30th in yards.
And then Emmanuel McNeil Warren, man, I think he's another great fit here.
Could be a focal point for the
Damn.
Bills.
So we welcomed the Niners to the draft just a few minutes ago. Now here's time for the Buffalo Bills. Penn Stater Shane Collin coming to the stage.
I'm going to go TJ Parker, or I'm going to go Emmanuel McNeil McWarren, or Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Final EMW.
Boston.
Boston.
The 35th pick in the 2016 draft, the Buffalo Bills select linebacker TJ Parker from
TJ Parker's not a linebacker, buddy. You had one freaking job. You
The guy
had
couldn't
one
talk.
freaking job.
On the edge, he'll be rushing what he did at Clemson.
Damn, I should have went with my gut.
He was one of my top
Yeah, he was one of the guys you mentioned.
I know, but I don't get points for getting close, man. We're not playing, horseshoes and.
Still get a position of need and still get, in my opinion, a first-round player. It's a lot of power.
All right, so now it's.
I'm just gonna go EMW until he gets taken. How's that?
I'm going to go.
That's my plan.
I'm going to go Denzel Boston here. I'm going to go with him until he comes off. 'Cause I want Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
The only thing
last
about
all the
Boston
way.
is he's a little bit slow, but I think it's okay. I think that the dude he's gonna be a baller.
Yeah, I'm going to give a new toy to Mendoza.
Well, they can't announce him as a linebacker. He's an edge. TJ Parker's way too big. He'll never be an outside linebacker. Defensive end in a 3-4 scheme, that's still like a 290 plus pound man.
Yeah.
But TJ Parker's not even close.
There's a lot of disappointed Lions fans. I know there's a lot of people wanted TJ Parker.
I like Parker too, man. He was one of the guys that I thought highly of, especially after talking with what's her name at the combine. TJ Parker, 6'3", 5'8", 263 pounds, 33 and an 1/8 inch arms, 9.5 inch hands. This dude's explosive. He's gonna be a problem. That's a great pick for the Buffalo Bills. So far, what I had written down for them is I had Denzel Boston, wide receiver. I had Jeremy Bernard and TJ Parker. You know, night one really gave us a lot of star stud. You know, their star-studded night with 10, 12 really good players. And I think that this is where the front offices need to win the roster building concept. Like, this is where they really need to stick their neck out and find the right players. The second and third round are the catalyst for every roster in the roster building process. Like, the first round, you know that you should be getting somebody that can help you on day one. But day 2 and day 3, like, this is where you either get starters or guys that you can become starters quickly, or you just get a bunch of depth or a bunch of misses. Like, there are so many misses that happen right here. The top remaining prospects right now still Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Jermod McCoy, Colton Hood, D'Angelo Pons, Avion Terrell, plus more offensive weapons like Denzel Boston, Jeremy Bernard, Antonio Williams, Oscar Delp, Malachi Fields, Max Clare. I mean, there's a lot of really great players that are solid day 2 guys that are solid tier 2 guys. There's a lot of really great players left.
Just got a curveball.
What's that?
The Raiders traded with the Texans, and the Texans pick is in. So now,
the Texans moved up.
Yeah, I have no clue what the because they went from 38 to 36.
Here's what I got on the Texans. Let me get to number 38. I had Jacob Rodriguez, Caden McDonald, Christian Miller, and Lee Hunter. I had Lee Hunter as like that DJ Reader type. I had Christian Miller as more of that Grady Jarrett type. Jacob Rodriguez is more of that Logan Wilson type. And then I have Caden McDonald, which honestly, I mocked him to a Lee McNeil, but I might be doing a Lee McNeil a little disservice there. I like Caden McDonald, man. I like his work ethic. He's a hunter, like truly is a hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's who they take tonight.
It's going to be somebody on defense, and that's who it is, Caden McDonald.
How do you know?
I see it on my screen right now.
It says the pick is in.
Yeah, but they were just showing Caden McDonald. Why would they show him if that's not who it is?
I think they just showed the dude. He must be sitting there. Is he in the green room?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the trade. Pick swap, and then what was it? Thirds?
Yeah, so a third for a fourth in second rounds.
I'm looking at their defense and what they need, and it says absolutely nothing. So, I mean, if they just want to add to riches.
Yeah, so the pick isn't in yet, or they haven't announced it. They're still talking about it.
Oh.
Who did you take?
I said somebody on defense. I don't know.
For me, it's McNeil Warren, but I don't even know where we'd get on the field.
Yeah, I'm going to say McNeil Warren.
EMW?
Yeah. Because it's going to be defense no matter what for the Texans. It's all they ever draft.
I took McDonald.
I'm joined by Billy Miller, original Houston Texan. Scored the first touchdown for the Texans, both in preseason and regular season. Quite a record. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald.
Hell yeah, I got another one.
See?
Ohio State.
And now the green room is empty.
Okay, so hold on here. My writing is off.
He was the last guy in the.
We had 33, 34, 35, and 36, right? They just went off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the Texans traded at 36. That's what I missed. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, now we're on 37.
Thank you for that.
Well, trying to keep you straight. Now it's the New York Giants. Who knows what they're going to take?
All right, Giants.
Says their needs are.
I have Jermod McCoy. Before I knew more about his knee. Colton Hood, Charvarius Ward type there. D'Angelo Pons, the other corner, smaller Mike Hilton type. They might stand to take a corner here, and if I was them, I would probably take Colton Hood. If anything, I think that would be the best player. I think Jermod McCoy is going to keep sliding. I don't think anybody trusts his knee, dude. I don't think anybody trusts his knee.
This is going to suck. This is where Warren goes.
Look, EMW's slipping right now. Why are the Lions not jumping up? Why are they not jumping up?
That defense, a unanimous All-American. He had great production in the interior, 60 tackles, and that was with them keeping the snap count low. He only played 32 snaps.
Oh, yeah. Make sure you guys don't put the pick in until you hear it announced here, because I only have one screen. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on anything else. This is all I do. I watch, listen, and what I get here is what I get.
And a nice moment. He was dreaming about.
No, somebody says I saw it, but I only saw it on my little screen on my phone.
Well, no, they showed it on the screen. They showed Caden McDonald, but they were still talking about the Texans pick.
Yeah,
And it
they
did
hadn't
not come
announced
in.
it
They
yet.
just showed Caden McDonald in the green room. That's what they showed.
That's why I thought it was him, because they had his name on the screen that said Caden McDonald. I was like, oh, that's it.
Oh. I picked him before that anyway.
Nice moment.
All right, so back to the Giants.
Good things come to those that wait.
The Giants so far have had a hell of a draft, man. They've got Arvell Reese, Francis Maui Noah, but they don't have a corner yet.
Congratulations to him. He's pretty damn good at the.
And I don't think Jermod McCoy is
Especially against the run.
I don't think he's the pick here. I think Harbaugh's way too smart to even mess with that. I think you take his running mate. I think you take Colton Hood here. And if it's not Colton Hood, I think it's going to be D'Angelo Potts.
They're looking for a safety as well, so I'm going to say safety.
Who said safety?
I'm looking at PFF, and they're saying their needs are wide receiver, guard, center, linebacker, and safety.
All right, NFL.com says defensive line, offensive line, cornerback, linebacker, wide receiver. I didn't see safety. Oh, wait, that was at number 5. Let me go to... Oh, no, that's the right pick. Number 5 in the second. Yeah, I didn't see safety. Otherwise, I probably would have gone to Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here. But I never mocked him as safety here anyway, but the draft got all screwed up.
Overcoming you, it was important for you to stay here, to have your moment. You just had a long
I'm gonna start
run
working
with the
on.
commissioner. How would you describe this?
So I'm gonna write down Colton Hood. You're taking EMW.
I'm just so
Mhm.
blessed. I'm just so thankful. I'm just so
I haven't
emotional.
gotten one right yet, and I'm thankful because I
got two.
want McNeil-Warren to drop to us.
You know that this Texans
All right, so I picked 38 would be.
to be reckoned with. How will you make a day one impact?
Disruptive, making it easier for the DN, and we all go together.
38's going to be the Raiders.
Thank you, Caden.
Appreciate it.
And that's where I've been calling EMW the whole time.
To the Raiders?
To the Raiders. That's when I mocked him earlier today, and he kept popping up in the mock draft. He kept popping up. Every time I would do the mock, it was EMW every time at 36. Every time. And that's why I said for the Lions, man, they gotta get up and they gotta trade. You gotta get to 36 if you want to get EMW. So Colton Hood here for me. I'm gonna go if the Raiders don't move. I'm gonna go EMW at 38.
Okay.
Depending
on what the pick is here.
He's like, we're not doing this anymore. He put him in his green room where there are no
God, I feel
cameras.
anxious.
And then he came out when he got picked 22nd by Cleveland. But you remember Aaron Rodgers, every facial expression documented.
Oh, I am cleaning that spoon like Joey on Friends. ARF. I was hungry. Needed some food.
Taking care of those kids.
Well, that was,
Having some sugar-free, zero sugar yogurts. Yum.
Yeah, Steve, I just don't want to see it because I try to pick them.
From them with the 10th overall selection last night. And here comes Roger Goodell back out there.
Yeah, we just don't want people putting it in there way before, it kind of spoils it.
Well, once we put the pick
I'm
in.
joined here by the great O.C. Yerman-Ura. O.C. played for the Giants. What a great man he is. With the 37th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Colton Hood.
Bam!
Defensive back,
There you go.
Tennessee. Way to go, Colton.
Damn it, though.
Giants have collected now 3 of my top 21
That's my lion, man.
Colton Hood is a clean corner. When you
Damn.
do a little bit of everything, he's got toughness. He can
But so far,
No.
this board is working in the Lions' favor.
If we take a corner, it's going to end up being Jermod McCoy.
Don't.
because we took the safe pick yesterday. So today he's gonna go. Woo, we can take whoever we want. We're gonna take the
No.
We think he's good. Our doctors say he's good to go.
Nope, Dr. Dan ain't approving this one. Nope.
Dr. Dan is in the house.
Nope.
You watch.
I'm shutting this shit down. I told you
I love
yesterday. I'm shutting this down if Jamad McCoy ends up in Detroit.
Trace, do not.
And I'm not
that,
turning
Eric.
it back on until week 1.
Oh shit. Hey, cutting it close. Welcome to the chat. Oh man.
Welcome in. See you later. Bye. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, we got some new names in the chat.
I'll see you in September.
Don't you wish that on us, Ricky Bobby? Hell yeah.
All right. Let me go to my
I'm with you, Major Payne.
Raiders profile here.
Oh, the Raiders pick is in. So
All right, so I had Cade McDonald, he's gone. I had Lee Hunter, he's still on the board. And then I had Elijah Surratt, wide receiver. And then I had EMW, and then I had corner, but I don't know what corner right now.
I'm going back to my pick Boston that I had him the last time.
Well, there's Avion Terrell. I think it's a safety. I think it's a safety. Or a corner.
Oh God, I forgot I was going to bring up this Kayvon Thibodeau trade thing.
All right, well, I'm sticking with EMW.
Okay.
It's great to be here.
You sticking with EMW?
No. I was doing Boston.
Oh, Boston.
Wide receiver.
Without bringing up the late, great Willie Brown, when he would tell all of you
Happy Mother's Day.
to remember your mother on Mother's Day. This is coming right up. All you guys, take her to dinner, grab her some flowers, tell her you love her, and remind her that with the 38th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas
I love
Raiders
that.
select Traden Stukes.
Whoa!
Oh, there you go.
Whoa!
There's the run on corners now.
Late in the process, it was Stribling and Stukes. Those are the two names who got a lot of buzz late in the process. With him, Kalen Bullock, you watch
He's
that
a safety,
Texans
too.
defense. That's a little bit of the
Yeah.
comparison. Someone that can play in the
They got him listed as a corner on.
Yeah, but he's a safety, he's a nickel, he's a corner. I like Stukes, man. And I'm gonna steal this word from Daniel Jeremiah. Helium. That's gonna be my new word for risers. I like that. I like that little nuance on the word there, little play on the words. He was gaining some helium this last few days. Traden Stukes was climbing, and I'm surprised that he climbed further than Jelon Kilgore did. But you know what? Kilgore's name could be announced within the top 50. EMW, I don't get it. What is wrong with EMW? There has to be something wrong here.
Well, the 6 players on SIS that were on defense in that 6.7 range, they're all still there. You got, well, no, McDonald is gone. I got to switch this to high drafted.
Yeah, we won't ban, but Dwayne Keene, do us a favor and don't put the picks in until they get announced by the actual draft committee here, whoever's making the pick. Please. Dose love Stukes. Yeah, I like me some Stukes, man. Okay, so who do we got next? At pick 39, we have the Brownies back on the board. Ooh, and the Brownies.
Yeah. And who did they take again already?
That's what I'm looking up right now.
So far.
Browns took Spencer Fano. They still need interior guard. They took Casey Concepcion. And that's it so far. And I would say that the interior guard is probably a likely play for them here. I had
or running back.
I had Colton Hood, I had D'Angelo Pons, I had Avion Terrell, and so out of those, they still have Avion Terrell and D'Angelo Pons available, but the guard spot, if I go to the matrix, the guard spot right now, you still have. Wait, did they got a receiver? Where are they at? You have Dunker Jennings, but Emmanuel Pregnant is there. I thought Basantis was taken. Basantis was taken at 34, wasn't he?
Let's see.
He's still showing up on the matrix.
Yeah, Chase Basantis. Yeah, it's that matrix from SIS is goofy. It's not because Caden McDonald was showing up, and I had to read.
I just redid it, and he's gone now.
Yeah. You just have to hit the refresh button, and then it gets them all. Yeah. So now we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4 of the players left in the 6.7 range. You got McNeil Warren, Avion Terrell. You got Allen at the linebacker position, and then you got Hunter for the defensive tackles.
All right, so here's your draft matrix right now. If you look from left to right, cornerback, quarterback to safety, you still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players that are rated at 6.7. So either those ratings or those rankings did not par well with the NFL scouts, and SIS maybe overshot the moon there a little bit, or there's something wrong here. There's something wrong here. Now they picked up a receiver already, the Browns, right? Because Casey Concepcion. They picked up the tackle in Spencer Fano. I definitely looks like the pick is in. They definitely could use a guard.
There we go. You got to follow with the back pat when you miss the first.
You're getting the golf clap going on there.
You got to double that up.
Yeah, is that what it is?
And I really had them pegged for a corner here.
You got to double up.
You got to double down on the down.
Very good.
I like what they did last night.
What's your pick?
Why not? I mean,
McNeil Warren.
Is that Joe Hayden? Oh, of course, that's Joe Hayden. Here in Pittsburgh.
You're taking mine now, EMW?
Yep, I'm this guy. Yep, we're gonna try him.
Hello. What's up, Pittsburgh?
All right, I'll go.
We are here to announce the 39th pick for my Cleveland Browns. With the 39th pick,
I'll go
in the
Terrell.
2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Denzel Ball.
Oh, there goes your boy.
Yeah, there you. I should have kept picking him until he went.
That's 2 wide receivers now at their last 2 picks. Casey Concepcion.
I got 3 right so far.
So they double dipped, man. They really want to get Shedeur Sanders some weapons. Who's going to protect him, though? He's still going to be running around like a chicken with his head cut off. I mean, Spencer Fano is not going to fix that offensive line.
All right, next up, we're going to have the Chiefs up here hot, coming in hot. We've got...
Yeah,
I had wide receiver big for them in the second round, but things have changed after what they did yesterday, early in this draft, making the move up to number 6, and they took Mansour Delane. So I don't think they're going to take another corner here for sure. But then they picked again at 29, and they grabbed Peter Woods, the defensive tackle. What defense do they run? They run a 4-3.
I love that mentality that you just talked about at the catch point, in particular in the end zone. He competes for it.
Brazel if it's a wide receiver, McCoy if it's a cornerback.
Yeah, I think they want defensive line still. Could Jacob Rodriguez go to the Chiefs? Wouldn't that piss everybody off?
Oh God, that'd be the.
I don't know. I don't think he's their type, honestly. When I look at the SIS board, Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell make more sense to me.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Edge.
And he's 262, 241. I think Howell's going to slide still.
Hello, Pittsburgh, and hail to Pitt.
I like Mason Thomas, man. I had him going in the first round.
With the 40th pick In the 2026 NFL Draft,
Who did you pick?
the Kansas City Chiefs
McCoy or the wide receiver. Not him.
Bam.
Yeah.
Mason Thomas, right?
Yeah.
All right. That's 4. Jacob Rodriguez is sliding.
On to the Bengals.
See, Cassius
man.
Howell, man, with those short arms, I swear to God, if he goes to the Lions. All right, let's talk this out. So now we have.
Man, we're getting close.
Yeah, we're not only are we getting close, but the Lions are getting lucky right now. The Chiefs just took at pick 40, so you have 9 more players going ahead of you. And listen to the board that we have. We now have Hunter, Allen, Terrell, McCoy, please not McCoy, Hill, Rodriguez, Howell, Yakis. Mason Thomas is gone, but he's still showing up on this board.
So
Max Clare.
Who's the edge that you don't like with the short arms?
Howell.
Howell? Okay.
Why is that who you're going to take?
No, well, maybe we should start whatever player you don't like. We're going to start picking them.
Okay, then he needs to go right now. He needs to get off the board. He
All
needs to
right,
go right
so
now.
we're going to pick him right now then, because we got to pick the players that you don't like so we can get them off the board so the Lions don't have a shot at them.
I like the reverse psychology.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. I'm gonna try to reverse them.
What's happening? Croc Poker, Randall, AK Card Carnage. Yeah, Claire would be huge, man. I like Max Claire big time. Pick is in for the Bengals. Are we really taking Howell here?
He's a dominant player.
All right, we're waiting on 2 picks. The Saints just chose. The
What do you mean the
Dolphins
Saints just chose?
now on the clock.
They're back up. They're backed up again.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I had for the Bengals. I had D'Angelo Pons trading Stukes. Well, Stukes is gone. And then I had Keontae Scott, another DB, which is kind of that Brian Branch type. Like, if Keontae Scott's still there, he could be a Detroit Lion. Zion Young, and then I had R. Mason Thomas and Howell.
Yeah, they got to replace what's his face that went to the Ravens.
Oh my
Hendrickson.
God, they did take him, Eric.
Did they?
They took Cassius Howell.
Thank
you, Jesus.
See.
Thank you.
There we go.
thank you.
That's our reverse psychology is working. It's working. It's working. Now who are the Saints?
That was a total luck call, Eric.
Let's see. Who did the Saints take? They took the wide receiver out of Arizona. So I am gonna go. They're gonna need some defense now. I'm gonna say Hunter, the defensive end, is gonna go to the Saints.
Another one with short arms. We talked about that at the combine. The Bengals don't seem to care. They got a good rusher.
Great bend, great dip. Kind of the Von Miller move from Texas A&M, and then Howell, he just goes after and plays with.
All right, so for the Saints, I had Zion Young, Gabe Yakis, R. Mason Thomas. He's gone. Man, I don't know. You said defensive line?
Yeah, I said defensive tackle. I'm going to go with Hunter because they need some defensive guys.
Well, they lost. So they lost.
Marcus Colston, one of Hofstra's finest, coming out here.
A 7th rounder, believe it or not, became an elite player.
So it's the first time he's appeared in the 2nd round of his life.
Right.
They lost Jonathan Bullard and Jonah Williams.
With the 42nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints.
I'll take.
select Kristen Miller.
Oh, I didn't get it in.
I had the right position, wrong player.
I wasn't going to take him anyway. Doesn't matter. I would have been wrong.
Yeah. All right, so now we're on to the.
I was going to go Yakis.
Oh, were you going to go Yakis there? Dolphins. What do they need? Got to go back in round 1 and see who they took, because they took
some of this quickness, slip a block and make a play. The backfield showing you that athleticism, the energy, and the effort. They say when you talk to the coaches at Georgia, you can hear this guy at practice before you see him. He is a very boisterous, loud guy who loves to play ball, and that's something I'm sure Coach Staley is going to enjoy coaching.
I interviewed him on the radio, and you know where he did the interview from? The Stairmaster. He's actually doing the stair climber.
Danny Dennis Sutton says salty. Think so?
Got to get your steps in.
Oh,
I don't
shit.
think so.
That song got me yesterday, by the way. I got hit. I had a copyright message. Oh, the Sticks. One of the songs from the Sticks.
They're gonna shore up this offensive line. I know their new coach is a defensive-minded coach, but they want to keep Malik Willis upright. So I'm gonna say they're gonna take like a offense here. This is gonna be a guard or a center. Let's see.
All right, let's take a look at what they did already. So they brought in Caden Proctor, so I think they're good there. I don't know why they take in more offensive line. If they went center, I think it would be a big reach. But I mean, could you see a Slaughter go here or Hatchet? I mean, Hatchet would probably be the next.
Well, you got Dunker and Pregnon for guards, and they need a guard. So I'm going to go with either Dunker or Pregnon. I would go with Pregnon over Dunker, just personal. I'm going to say Pregnon here.
All right, well, let's break down their free agency. So in free agency, they brought in Jamari Saylor. That's it. They lost Cole Strange. He went to go get some Strange. And that's it. And they still have a whole hell of a lot of players available, like James Daniels that didn't re-sign, Liam Eichenberg, Germani Ifedi, Daniel Brunskill. Damn, they did lose a lot of guards. Or at least they haven't re-signed yet, so they might get a lot of those guys back after free agency. So maybe they don't go guard?
I'm going to say guard. I'm going to go with Pregnon.
Here's what I had. I had Traden Stukes. He's gone. I have Keontae Scott. Look, Keontae Scott could be a Lion here. I'm going to start working on my Lions list. Keontae Scott. I really like Keontae Scott. I really like Jelon Kilgore. I think Gabe Yakus is probably a fair mention here for the Lions. I'll come back to this in a minute. I'm trying to throw this on the board too.
Man, that commercial for pizza just made me hungry for pizza. And yes, I live so far out in the middle of nowhere that there is no pizza delivery where I live.
Really?
None.
That's crazy.
There's a pizza place about 2 miles down the road, but they don't deliver.
All right. We're on the Dolphins, right?
I think so. Yeah, Dolphins. So I'm saying guard Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon.
I mean, I think he would be the next logical choice off the board if it was a guard.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's lasted this long. Like Emmanuel Pregnon is, I mean, that dude is an animal, an absolute animal. I'm surprised the Lions haven't jumped up right now. Like, do they really feel comfortable losing?
Lions are on the clock.
Huh?
Lions are on the clock.
What do you mean the Lions are on the clock?
Lions are on the clock.
We moved up?
That's what everybody's putting in the chat.
Oh, shit.
In the chat.
All right, pick is in for the Dolphins. I'm gonna go CJ Allen. Why don't I have any volume?
It's going to be at the Miami Dolphins, who did all the quarterback work.
All right, so for the Dolphins, I'm gonna go.
Jets you just mentioned traded out. It could be a longer wait than we thought for Carson Beck, Drew Aller, and company.
All right, thanks very much. So the Lions were the team that just traded up with the Jets 6 spots.
With the Jets.
Dolphins,
The Jets, I called it.
Is in 43rd overall.
Lions are on the clock. They moved up 6 spots.
Big Neil Warren, your dude. There he is. It's Big Neil Warren to the Lions. We got him.
You think so?
That's who it's going to be. That is my pick. It's going to be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the 6'3" dude. He's coming to Detroit.
Oh God, I hope it's not Zion Young because he's just got attitude problems. I love the player though. I love
then you
the
got
player.
Giannis.
Let me turn this down. We're yelling at each other. Everyone's probably wondering what the hell they're listening to.
Well, this is our one time a year yelling and screaming part.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's all noise. All right, so for the Dolphins, I said C.J. Allen. That probably doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I said Pregnon.
Oh shit!
Ooh, there goes your. There
Well,
goes.
I was never high on Rodriguez, but I was high later. Well, that didn't sound right. I
At
was
like
never.
50.
I wasn't high on Rodriguez going to the Lions because of the. I just didn't like him as a will. You know, even though he's listed as a will, I don't like him as a will. I like him as a middle linebacker.
Yes, we are haters on Zion.
I'm surprised because the dude is a peanut puncher. Oh my God, Lions! What did you do? I'm glad they moved up.
All right, so Trace just sent me the details. Let me see if I
Of what?
can pop it up here. Of the trade with Dallas.
Oh, I thought it was with the Jets.
Oh, it is with the Jets.
I called the trade with the Jets.
So we traded 50 and 128 to the Jets. That's not bad.
That's beautiful.
Dude, I'll take that all
That is
day.
beautiful.
All day. That is stealing it. That's value right there.
That's Aaron Glenn going to bat for his old squad.
Yeah, you want to talk about bargain bin value shopper Brad Holmes. That's it right there. You gave up 128 to move up from 50 to 44. 6 spots. Hell yeah. And you gave up a 5th rounder.
Pick is in. Shit, dude. I want it to be EMW so bad.
Oh yeah, that's who I'm taking. That's the only person
I want
I'm
it to be
gonna say.
EMW so bad.
No edge, no nothing. I'm going to tell you right now, that's who I'm. Yeah, there, Ben Bowman. What's going on?
So hold on a
Crackman.
second. So if we're behind,
There's Teague.
hold on, time out. If we're behind, then
Yeah.
they just saw Rodriguez go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Lions know.
So they knew that Rodriguez went ahead, so they jumped up. I'm gonna go
Yep.
edge here. I'm gonna go edge. That's why they jumped up.
No.
And anybody but Young.
Ah, there you go, Michigan fans.
We've entered the chat. That's great. Now that leaves Colorado and Appalachian State left now.
Wow.
You got 2 Michigan boys on the edge. There you go.
Going to the Lions, I think that's worked out quite well.
All right.
How about the power and the bull rush that he possesses? You see it from every single game. He's going to test your brakes. He's going to put his hands.
Now he did have 10.5 sacks last year,
Hold on,
but
let's listen.
If he gets to an edge, he's just going to pry open that outside shoulder and flatten to finish. Here he is at the Senior Bowl. Look at the knockback here against the tight end. He doesn't even have to make the tackle. He just runs the poor tight end into the ball carrier and tackles them both. And then the edge rush, here he is working against Markel Bell, one of the biggest linemen, the biggest lineman in the entire draft class, and put him right on the ground. So you've got one edge rusher from Michigan on the other side, and he's going to provide some serious power opposite of 8.
All right, so they must trust. All right, go ahead, Eric.
yeah, they must trust that Kirby's good. Kirby's got to be good.
Yeah, you were saying something.
Well, the thing with Moore is this: one big season.
Yeah, that's tough.
Kind of the Freeling thing, one big season. And now, was it a big season when the team was doing really good, or was it a big season when the team wasn't doing very good? So Michigan wasn't so hot last year. If you go back to when they played Texas, they got their socks knocked off. I would have rather have had someone with a little more
Experience?
Yeah, somebody that's done it more than just 1 year, not a flash in the pan kind of thing. Because if he comes to the NFL and just does it falls flat on his face, man, I'm not going to like that. But we got 2 Michigan edge players now. Everybody's going to be happy. We finally got an edge. He's from Michigan, so nobody's going to be able to boo him because everybody's a Michigan fan that's a Lions fan.
Not everybody.
Well,
just a lot of the SOL crowd.
99%.
So, according to PFF, they had him as the 65th rated player on the board, this PFF board, 65th rated player. He was 89.9 last year overall, 78.9 the year before, and a 77.8 the year before that. So slight ascension between first and second season, big jump between second and third season. So they're probably liking that big jump right there. I played all 12 or 15 games. Looks like he played a large majority of the snap share. 11 sacks last year, 3 the year before that, 5 the season, his rookie or his freshman season. 9 hits last year, 21 hurries, 3 batted balls, so he does like to get his hands up. And he plays a outside tackle, and he is more of a speed rusher. He's not going to be a big edge setter. He does have the requisite weight to do it. He's 6'3", which was that perfect size at 6'3.5" to 6'4.5" that I like. He might even be 6'2.5". But he's 23 years old, so he's a little bit older. And so the Lions are probably looking at that from the age factor, that he's going to be a little bit more responsible, a little bit more mature. 19.8 pass rush win rate last year. Not that great against the run. That is a big concern for me because the Lions usually take guys that are great against the run. And I don't want the All-Star week. I want the regular season. Thank you, please. Come on. Go. Aw. Hold on.
And just like that, our night is over.
It's not over.
I know, but
could be.
That could be the end of it for today.
Could be. Now, we did trade 128, so that means that lessens the load on day 3. When I take a look at what he did last year, here, let me throw this up on the screen. I forgot to transition. My bad. This is PFF's grades. Bad year against Central, or bad game against Central Michigan in the tackling department. If you look at his coverage, he's kind of up and down and all over the place. What I'm most concerned about is how did he do against the better teams, right? The better teams. USC, he had a pretty decent game. He just failed in the tackling department. Michigan State, he had a really good game. Michigan State also sucks. Just not real great competition in this schedule last year. Another easy schedule for the University of Michigan. Oklahoma might have been their best game outside of taking on Ohio State at the end of the year. And in Ohio State, he had probably one of his worst games of the season was against Ohio State. And I think that tells you something about players, that when they go up against better competition, that's where you want to see him have their best game. So he's still growing, right? He's still growing. He's still young, but he got blanked against Ohio State. He had 1 tackle, right? 1 tackle on 47 snap counts. If you look at where he had his production, and this is the same thing that happened with Hutch. Like, Hutch went up against all these terrible teams in his last year with U of M. They averaged like 80th or worse. A lot of them were like 100 to 120th offensive lines. And so he had a ton of production, but it all came against teams that were ranked 80th or worse. And when I looked at his profile, prior to doing all of this, I was not that high on Moore. What I saw was a player that had really good games against bad schools. And when it came time to perform against the better schools, he didn't necessarily perform. And so that is the only worry that I have for him, but it's probably not going to be that big of a deal once he gets inside Allen Park and he's surrounded with Aiden and the rest of the crew. They'll be able to turn this guy into a monster. He has the tools. He has the ability. He has the agility. Let's take a look at his combine. And then I'll go pull up my report on him. 6'3" and 7/8. He's got the requisite arm length. There we go. 33 3/8, 9 1/8 inch hands, 255 pounds. So he's a little bit taller than he was advertised. He was advertised at 6'3". Athleticism score, not that great. Let's see why. Oh, he didn't test. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, let's look at his weaknesses. Occasionally lacks energy and urgency as a run defender. That's what I saw too. Not great against the run. Rides on blocks instead of working quickly off of them. Well, they just kind of showed that, but he was working a block into the runner, so that's okay. But I know what they mean here. Instead of just making a move, using a pass rush move to get off of the block, you continue riding the block towards the quarterback, which is what you don't want to do. Average quickness to stack, shed, and pursue the sideline. Below average first step quickness in his upfield rush. Limited hand counters cause rush to sputter if he fails to gain early advantage. Lacks knee bend and upper body swivel while working the turn. Those are not great things. And a lot of that sounds like, okay, limited knee bend and upper body swivel while working the turn. So that's a deficiency that you can't really fix. Limited hand counters you can fix. Below average first step quickness, you can't fix that. That's unless you can fix your timing. If your timing's off, then your first step's going to be off. But if your timing's on and your first step is slow, you can't fix it. Average quickness to stack, you can't fix that. You can't fix speed. Rides on blocks, that's technique. That can be fixed. Occasionally lacks energy. I mean, you can't tell someone to work harder and expect them to do it. If they're not already doing it, then that's a problem. But good size and length as a rusher. Leveraged hand strike and leg drive. Downhill momentum is hard to stop once it starts. That's a great trait to have. Gets into the top of the rush with good forward lean. That's another good trait to have. Swallows quarterbacks and runners like a crashing wave once he's close. That's another good trait to have. Above average football IQ and awareness of play design. Capable of holding his ground at the point of attack. And plays with smooth connection between his hands and his feet. This is a big one. When your hands and your feet are working together, that's a big one. Lions obviously lost. I think they lost Jacob Rodriguez, so they jumped up and took more. I think that's what it is.
I think they're going after that linebacker. Oh, we have a couple picks in since and Zion Young went to the Ravens.
At what pick?
45.
I don't have 43, 44, or 45.
Well, 43 was Jacob Rodriguez. 44 was us with Derek Moore. 45 was the Ravens with Zion Young. And then 46 is Josiah Trotter, the linebacker.
All right. Good work. I'm happy with the pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Brother came out of Clemson, went to Philadelphia, wearing the 54 that his dad made famous there. And now Josiah gets to chart his own path in Tampa Bay with another former pro as his head coach, Todd Bowles.
That's awesome.
I'm 0 for 2 on Lions picks.
Faithful are all excited right now, and you heard a cheer during all that. I think they were cheering your excellent analysis.
What's that?
I'm 0 for 2 on Lions picks.
Salty says, do we really think that the Lions are going to sit for 74 picks before coming back in? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that Brad, he knows how weak this class is. And if he's working something, I would say that he's going to work to get back into the top 80 if he can. And I hope they give up something future to do it if they can. Otherwise, I mean, what picks do we even have left? We gave up 128, right?
Yeah, so we have 118.
118, 157, 181, and what else?
200s and
Well, you don't know?
I don't have it up right
All right.
now.
So we have 222.
I don't have enough screens.
Just open up tabs.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to open another one.
All right, so 222, 205, and 213. So we still have 6 picks left in a draft where anything after 150 is probably not that great of a player for us this year. So could he realistically take 118, 157, and 181 and move all the way up, I don't think that he would do that in the first place. But would it even help? Probably not. The pick that I think the Lions need to be at is probably 76, and I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to move back up like that.
Nope. Unless they do some future stuff there,
With the 47th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select
Jeremy Bernard,
Nice shot. Beautiful. Fans all waving their towels, all excited. And as for Bernard, and how about being a wide receiver drafted by the Steelers in front of all these folks? And the picks announced by John Stallworth in his jacket.
Pretty darn cool, right?
It is.
You know what would have been fun?
What?
wow, the Steelers didn't take a quarterback.
I just posted on Twitter. Lions finally get an edge. Now shut the hell up.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing it.
Welcome to the D, Moore.
In this town, he's instinctive and incredibly smart. When you talk to the folks at Alabama and you talk to Ty Simpson, as I had a chance to, he raved.
The only problem is you got a tier 2 edge. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
So I'm not expecting for him to pop off the page right away. And that's okay. Let him develop like any other player. He doesn't have to come in and get 10 sacks. He doesn't even have to come in and get 6. He just needs to come in and do his damn job. And not be a liability. And I hate to say it, like if he comes in and shits the bed, well, then y'all can blame yourselves. But I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick. I just think it's going to take a little bit of work to realize his true ability. And you can say that about any player in this round, without a doubt. So just remember, when you guys join, the bot does his work behind the scenes, and we have jerseys to give away. I didn't realize Eric took off there. We got jerseys to give away, so we're giving away a jersey in every single draft night. And the bot will deliver me a little message tonight when it's all said and done, and I'll get the second name. And then tomorrow, after our last pick, I will announce the 3 winners of the jersey, and then I will also post it in the YouTube posts. Right, I will also post it on Twitter. So go back and check on Saturday night or Sunday morning, whenever I decide to post it. Probably Sunday. And just make sure you check the posts in the community section and check my Twitter. And if your name is there, you can either message me on Twitter or you can email me. I'll put my email, the email to contact, and you send us your shipping address, or we can send you just a gift card to your email. I think that usually works best. And then you can go get the jersey that you want. Sound fair? Okay. So appreciate you guys all joining me. I would love to know what you guys think about the edge. I want to take a couple of phone calls. You guys tell me what you think. Let me get the phones open.
Wow. I am going to tell you this right now. Social media, Lions, our fans are loving the Moore pick.
Well, you would hope.
Derek Moore, they are in love that we took an edge and that he is from Michigan. I'm telling you what. I've already gotten 4 messages. Uh-oh, here's Raw. He's coming in.
No, I haven't opened it yet.
Oh.
I'm just making sure that we can. You could hear it though, right? You could hear it ringing?
Yep.
Okay.
I thought that was him calling in already.
You got to charge my phone real quick though. Oh, Trace, I see your message. Schultz on X is posting the picks before they're called out. Get out of here. I just posted and looked at Twitter for the first time. Is he really? How is he doing that? Because they're behind?
Yeah. The TV is always like 5 to 7 minutes behind the actual picks because they give everybody time to look at them.
Unless he's there and he hears the pick, where's he getting the info from?
There somewhere. Because I mean, I'm already seeing the pick for Atlanta now.
On X?
No, on PFF.
PFF.
Mm-hmm. I got the PFF draft something up. What's it called? It shows all the teams best available. Just PFF draft tracker, I guess it's called.
I'm not using PFF anymore after this draft.
Yeah, you're done, eh?
Yeah, after the bullshit that they just pulled. Oh, Jordan Schultz he's a punk ass. Listen to this. The number 48 pick is in. The Falcons have selected Clemson cornerback Avion Terrell per sources. What a dipshit.
That's what PFF's got it as Avion Terrell.
So if PFF has been showing everybody the picks the whole time, that's probably what he's using. And he's acting like he's got sources.
Yeah.
What a dipshit. Sorry. That's asinine. I guess I could do the same thing. What are you watching? What are you using?
No, I have PFF up now. And it seems to be pretty much right with the TV, but this one, it was ahead. The Avion Terrell's been up for a couple minutes now, and they're just now announcing it.
Jeremy Bernard was already taken, right? Didn't he go to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, Jeremy Bernard, yes. So now the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
And did they announce Avion Terrell? Looks like they just did.
Yeah. Yeah, they just did.
All right.
And he's also pretty darn good.
All right. We'll take a break here while we're waiting for the Lions to hopefully move up, and we'll open up the phone lines.
Yeah. I don't know. What are we saying for the good old Vikings here? I'm going to say running back. I'm going to say Mike Washington goes to the Minnesota
hold
Vikings.
on. Is Emmanuel McNeil Warren still available?
Yes, he is.
That's insane. What is wrong with him?
Okay. Yeah, you got to say he's going to the Vikings. That sucks.
He has to be going to the Vikings.
That sucks. Yeah, because the Vikings, they need.
The thing is, though, is what is wrong with him? Why would he be falling this far?
Yeah,
there has to be something on the medical. There has to be something in the background. There has to be something.
Something we don't know about. We just don't know what we don't know.
Vikings traded.
Oh, they did. Damn.
Wow, there's really something wrong with this guy.
Everybody's avoiding him.
Well, I can only watch the film, right? I don't have the background reports, so I don't know. Like, I ran a couple limited ones, and it's really hard to run a background report when you don't really have all the information about somebody. But I have this background thing that I can run as many as I want for free, and I don't have like LexisNexis. I wish I had LexisNexis. And so I ran a couple, and that's where I found more information about Zion Young.
It's pretty cool. That's so awesome.
And based on what you reported yesterday, Rich.
Yeah, so the Vikings traded right out of the round. They don't have a second round pick now. I don't know what the compensation was though.
Panthers just moved up 2 spots.
So remind me, we gave up 128, right?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that is fire.
Let's go back and check the trades and see if we had any of the trades right, or if I had any of the trades right.
The Jets are now on the clock for pick 50. The Carolina Panthers fan right there is saying, let's go, I believe, if I'm reading lips appropriately. He's fired up. Carolina picked 19th overall last
And so
night.
that was to pick 44.
Monroe Freeling, the tackle out of Georgia.
Always scouting, Rich. That's an elite mullet right there. Don't sleep on that. That is legit.
That's why he's
So 52 or 50 to 48 in 2023, only moving 2 spots, was 179 only. Pick swap and 179. Like that was a damn good trade. But here we go, 54 to 50, which is a pretty close mock. That was 158.
Oh, there you go. Still no McNeil
Did
Warren.
he just say AFC South champions?
Yeah, the reigning AFC or the reigning NFC South champions.
All right, so here we go. Here's the best mock of all. 51, the Lions in 2018 traded 51 to 43. They brought in Kerryon Johnson, and we only traded 117. And so like that's a pretty clean mock. So it's a 4th round pick to move up 1 spot or move up a few spots in the 2nd. So all of these, proven draft picks over the years, they carry some weight, man. They really help you get intelligent about the draft and how it should work and how much you really need to give up. So I'm going to keep tracking that every year, and we'll keep building it. And then I'll try to build a little algorithm to be able to punch in a number and see what it spits out.
All right, the Jets about to choose their 4th pick of this draft. They're halfway through their time. Then the Vikings who just traded out, and then 2 teams we're waiting to hear from still, Packers and Colts. The sun is setting here in Pittsburgh.
100 years ago, no one would.
I gotta find that. All right, there you go. Numbers on the screen. If you guys want to call in and talk about your pick, go for it. You want to talk about the Lions, go for it. Whatever you want to do. We'll take a couple calls here. What do you think about the safety room
For the Lions?
Yeah.
I think we need some help. I really do.
So this could line up where we could still end up with my guy Wheatley. I can't imagine that EMW is really going to keep on slipping, but I mean, you could still end up with Jelon Kilgore too. So there's still options. Like there's still options if they're not looking for a number 1 guy, which they're really not stuck with Kirby. Like they can walk away from that contract next year. And it won't be that detrimental. It's not going to be that crazy of a loss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for calling Rockdown Detroit Lions. What do you think about the Lions draft?
I think it's going good so far, but I feel like Derek Moore was like a reach. I feel like we could have stayed put at 50 and drafted him.
Do you have any reasons why, or you just feel like it would have the board the way that it was falling tonight would have lended to the Lions being able to stick the pick?
I'm a fan of the Michigan Wolverines. I just feel like he only had I would say okay. I mean he had I think it was 10 or 12 sacks it was last season.
Right.
But I mean I feel like our needs. I mean I listen to your podcast all the time, and we don't know about Brian Branch and Curry Joseph, and I feel like since we traded up, I felt like we should have took Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I feel like that was our biggest need right there.
Yeah, I do too, but I mean, just to butter my biscuits for me, thank you. I'm just kidding. I love Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but there's something that we don't know, man. Like, what is it?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like, you can't have all these teams pass on him and like there not be something wrong, and that's my biggest concern about never having all the intel is what we don't know is what we don't know, but it usually shows up soon.
I mean, yeah, 100%. And like I said, so far I like Brad. He's, fixing the trenches with the O line and then the D line. But I mean, I was just like, man, I felt like we traded up. I'm like, man, we're taking a Warren here, but it was more. But I mean, I can't complain. I mean, so far so good.
Yeah, I'm happy, man. We got Blake Miller. We got an edge. I think we got a few good edge now in Detroit. So what do you think the Lions do for the rest of day 2? Do you think we move back up?
Shoot, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking, it would make my day if we trade up one more time and get Warren. I mean, that would be like, amazing.
That would be a killer move. Have you ever looked into Keontae Scott or Jelon Kilgore at all?
I seen Kilgore.
You like Kilgore too? Okay.
Yeah.
Keontae Scott's a little older. I mean, he's another one that was at University of Miami. He's like a 6th-year senior. He's probably 52 years old, but I really like his work, man. He's an absolute dog. But yeah, so for the rest of the draft, what would be the number 1 or number 2 positions that you think the Lions should target?
I would say, safety and corner. I would say maybe linebacker.
Is there any linebackers left on the board that you like?
I would rather take a corner, but I forgot that one. I like was it D'Angelo Pons?
He just went. He just went to the Jets.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron Glenn. I'm telling you, Aaron Glenn knows something.
Yeah. He literally, as you were saying the name, he just went to the Jets.
I like. It's just, I liked him a lot. Other than that, I like Warren because he's long, tall.
I'm wondering if we have a shot to pull up and to go get Max Clare still. Like that would be a game changer for me too.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking. I don't know if he'll be there. Is it McCoy from Tennessee?
Definitely. I don't want McCoy, not with a knee, but yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him either because they said something about he might need another
surgery.
Surgery for his ACL.
Yep.
But if you get him down that far, let's say, I think we need a corner because we don't really know with the new ones we brought in. Because we lost Amik. I like we kept what's his name?
Avonte Maddox.
Not Maddox.
You talking about the corners?
Our corners. Yeah, we brought him back in.
I'm not following.
Yeah, I forgot his name, but dang, I can't remember his name. I know we
have DJ. We have DJ Reed. We have Terry and Arnold.
We have Terry and Arnold.
Ennis
we have Ennis Rakestraw.
Yep.
We signed him last season to a 1-year deal. We gave him another 1-year deal this season.
There's some safeties that we have, but Rock Ya-Sin, yeah, so he's probably.
I like what Rock Ya-Sin did. Yeah, that's what it was, Rock Ya-Sin.
Yeah.
But I just feel like we're always dealing with injuries. Like if it's not the D, like back then it was linebackers, defensive end. We only had what was his name? Jack Campbell. All we had was Jack Campbell, and then this season it was corners. We lost most of our corners. So I feel like corner would be our need. But I haven't really looked into the draft with linebackers and see what's there.
I'll just be honest with you. There's not a lot. There's not a lot of linebackers in this draft, but the good place to go is nfldraft.sportsinfosolutions.com, and you check out the draft matrix, and you can hide all the drafted ones. I've been putting it up on the screen tonight for people to look at, and then you can even look at the linebackers. Like C.J. Allen's taking a ride right now. Hill Jr.'s taking a ride. Golday, Lewis, Lawson. All of these guys that probably should have been gone by now. Like, what's wrong with C.J. Allen? Well, at the pro day, I said that his hips were extremely stiff. He just didn't look fluid enough, and maybe teams are starting to see that. So there's a possibility that he keeps sliding and he still ends up in Detroit. But I don't know.
I mean, I have another linebacker coming to mind. I don't know. He came from LSU. I think it was Perkins.
Yeah, Harold Perkins. He's pretty small frame.
Yeah, I mean, I like Harold Perkins. I feel like he's fast. He ran I think when in his pro day, he had a fast 40-yard dash. But I know they said that he was coming off of an injury as well.
Well, speaking of linebackers, your ears must be buzzing again because Golday just went to Green Bay.
Dang. Who did the Minnesota pick? Because I know it was Minnesota and then Green Bay.
Minnesota traded out of the round, right, Eric?
No, they got back in. So they took Jake
they
Golday
took
from
Carolina
Cincinnati.
That was Green Bay.
Who they get?
No, Green Bay hasn't picked.
Oh, then I'm seeing Green Bay and I seen Golday come up at the same time.
It was Carolina traded up with Minnesota. Minnesota took Carolina's spot. So it was
Minnesota took Golday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Minnesota. Then right after Minnesota, it goes Green Bay.
Yeah, Green Bay hasn't picked yet. They're on the clock.
Interesting. All right, man. Hey, appreciate the call.
All I had. I just want to say, I mean, I appreciate both of you and Eric. I mean, I watch your morning show every morning. I love what both of y'all do.
Appreciate you, brother. Keep watching. Keep calling.
Yes, sir.
Lines will be open.
Y'all have a great one.
You too, man. Take care. I got to fix something real quick.
All right. Finally getting. So for some reason, I got signed out of my DirecTV account on my phone.
I just got signed out of shit, too.
Yeah, and I can't watch anything. So then I tried to watch, through the streaming service, and now it kicks me out. I don't understand. I was just watching it on my phone. Yeah.
I don't understand. I just got signed out of a lot of stuff, and a lot of things are spinning right now.
Yeah. I don't get what's going on, but okay.
That's weird. I thought it was just me.
No, I got something going on too.
All right, phone line's still open. I'll put it back up for those of you that don't know the number. That number is always permanent, so you can store it in your phones if you guys want to call throughout the season. Definitely want to take a lot more calls this year than we have in the past. We used to get a ton of calls, but I went callless for like 6 months and got to bring it back. I'm pretty ecstatic about the draft, man. I think we got two good players. We filled a position of need for the future. We don't need the biggest thing is we don't need a 1-year deal now or a 2-year deal on Peyton or Wanham, but I think that Wanham could end up sticking around. I really do. I think that if Wanham has a good year, unless he wants an astronomical amount of money, I think he could end up sticking around if he has a pretty decent year.
So I just figured it out. It's the NFL. It says this program can't be streamed here. The owner of this program doesn't allow it to be streamed to your location.
On what?
On my phone, on my app for DirecTV.
And you were just watching it on DirecTV?
I was just watching it.
Are you signed into your internet?
Yeah, everything. That's just stupid.
You have a VPN running?
No. I'll put the UFL game on then. Screw them guys. That's just dumb.
Well, the draft's on NFL Network.
Yeah, I know.
So sign in. So go to NFL Network and sign in with your DirecTV. You can do it on your phone.
And Jeremy Bernard of Alabama went to the Steelers, and everybody else has been defensive players. Let's see who the Packers.
All right, Packers are up
with their first pick of this draft. They're not saying Kuhn, are they?
Bum, bum, bum,
They are.
ba-da-da-da. It is my esteemed pleasure to make this second-round pick on behalf of Ed Policy, Brian Gutekunst, Matt LaFleur, and the millions of Packer fans across the world.
F the Packers.
52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Brandon Cisse.
Ah,
South
they
Carolina.
get the corner.
So the run on DBs continues, DJ.
Yeah, we talked about that at the top. This is going to be a big round for the secondary, and we're seeing it continue to play out. And Cisse is someone who, by the way, I can't say that real fast. That sounds like a tongue twister. When you watch him, he's someone that plays even faster than that 4.41 time you saw in the 40. I was actually surprised he didn't run in the low 4.3s. He's got legit speed. You want to see him be a little more consistent with his hands. When he uses his hands to press, he can be outstanding. You see him with his hands real low here. I'd like to see him land those hands, reroute guys a little more consistently, but he's been so athletic and he's so fast, he's been able to cover up for it. A real fluid, smooth mover. You see the ability to plant and drive on balls in the front, and here's why I thought he would run so fast. You look at these jumps, and he jump over 40 inches in the vertical and almost 11 feet in the broad jump. He's a big-time explosive athlete.
So I'm gonna tell Daniel Jeremiah about something, and he knows this. So, you know, typically when we watch the vert and the broad, and you see the explosion, right? The explosion that it takes to jump 41 inches, or the explosion that it takes to get out 10'10", that means that you have short area quickness, you know, or a good lateral burst, right? Or your quick first step. But where it usually doesn't translate all the time is speed, like the 40 or any other speed. And what that usually speaks to me, though, is the hips. If it doesn't translate to speed, it's usually the hips that are tight. And sometimes your body is just not built to run, right? And if you can't open the hips, you can't open the hips. Pat McAfee.
Are you Yinzers getting exhausted from so much football celebration or no? 0 arrests last night in the NFL draft compound. Pittsburgh Yinzers, congratulations. Now, the Indianapolis Colts first-round draft pick was Sauce Gardner, and he's better than all of your first-round picks for sure. The Indianapolis Colts have not won the AFC South in 12 years. That changes this year. Jim Irsay from the football heavens cured Daniel Jones's torn Achilles. Michael Pittman got sent to the Steelers, and in return, we got football gods with the 53rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The AFC South Kings, Indianapolis Colts select C.J. Allen.
Oh, there he goes.
From Georgia. Go Dogs.
What the hell was he talking about?
Who knows, man? That guy's too much into wrestling and not enough into football anymore.
Well, the first round pick was Sauce Gardner.
Our first round pick was better than your first round pick. Ours was Sauce Gardner.
He said Sauce Gardner.
Because they traded their first round pick for Sauce Gardner. He's saying Sauce Gardner is better than any pick in this year's first round.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. I was like, what the hell is he talking about? Like, they didn't draft Sauce.
That pro day for him was very late in the process, and I thought maybe he lost a little ground because it took so long for him to get out there. He ran really fast, and you can see it in his tape. Here's some of those zone instincts and coverage. I think he's got a chance to be the best off-the-ball linebacker in this entire draft class, and that's saying something, but that's the type of talent that he possesses, Charles.
And much more of a pure off-the-ball, old-style linebacker. When we're talking about Styles, Reese, we're talking about guys who do a few more things that way. But Joel, Daniel mentioned, this guy's a tackling machine. Yeah.
Look at those boards, man. Were you able to get signed in?
Yeah, but dude, on NFL.com, this is like a minute behind.
Well, this is what I've been using.
Yeah, I was like right with you when I was on DirecTV. Now I'm like a full minute behind you.
All right, we got a caller here. All right, you are on the line with Rockdown Detroit Lions, man. What do you think about your Lions draft so far? Are you there?
Oh, hey, how are ya?
Doing fine, man. How you doing? Thanks for calling in.
Hey, is this Will?
You got it.
Hey, this is Casey from the chat. How are you, my man?
Doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I was just watching your stream and saw the number pop up, and I thought I would just check in.
Sounds fair, man. What do you think about the draft so far? I assume the Lions are your team. What do you think about the Lions? How are they doing?
I love it. You know what? I don't mind a milquetoast year where they just stand pat with some solid picks, knowing that next year, if they have a little bit of draft capital, they're not going to hemorrhage some stuff and make some Brad Holmes type, jumps and lose some picks for next year. I think filling out with some solid, just steady picks this year is right in line with what they need to do.
I would agree, man. I think that they're filling some needs at the same time. They're kind of taking the best player that is there. I'm glad that we moved up to get the player that we wanted, and it sounds, at least to me, that, and I don't know what you think about this. I think Jacob Rodriguez was probably the play, but once he went, he went, and the Lions needed to go up and get their second best guy and Derek Moore. But that's just my thought. What do you think?
Oh, I think you're right. I think there's a little bit of conjecture that happens with the buzz of the draft. A lot of people, like we just witnessed with, McAfee, being a blowhard, and people want to have hard stances. And you know what? Nobody knows what's going to happen. If they did, they would look back at like Tony Mandrich being drafted by the Green Bay Packers over Barry Sanders and how he fizzled out. These things are anomalies. Nobody really knows what's going to happen,
Yeah, that's hilarious.
We talked about that the other day.
We did, or you brought it up. I got to pause for a quick second here. DRAM 5261 just dropped $100 super chat in, man. That is incredible. Says, hands down, best channel that covers the Lions. I want Max Clare. Wish it into existence, Will. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. Will you keep up the great work? You keep on watching. And that $100 will go to great use for the Rock Down Cancer Foundation. So I really appreciate you. You're the one that does the hard work by showing up every day, watching and listening. What else is on your mind, man? Do you think the Lions are going to move back up and potentially get Max Clare? Let's wish it into existence. I really want Max Clare on this team.
We just got some good news because the Eagles just took Eli Stowers at tight end. So that means Max Clare is still available.
What do you think, Casey? You think the Lions move back in?
You know what? I haven't really been following the draft this year as much as I have in years past. But I understand that, like I was saying earlier, where there's a lot of prognostication, a lot of people overhyping or underhyping certain players. You really don't know after like the first year or two. Some players, are going to be plug and play. Like our first round draft pick, he's going to probably be a, eventual starter this year. Mm-hmm. But after that, there's no blue chippers really after the first half of the first round.
That's right.
So at this point, nobody really knows. There's injuries that could happen. There's a little bit of guys that'll like come off the bench and really be hot and you weren't expecting. So, all of this fluff at the draft, it's hype and I get it. But, unless you're, like you were saying earlier, Will, you don't have all of the reports and all of the data. I'm sure if you had a little bit more insight, you'd be a lot better, prognosticator on this type of stuff.
For sure. I mean, I'd said this for the last few weeks that when I did this as more of like my hobby, a passion and not on a channel, right, not doing it every day, I could see things a little bit more clearly because I didn't have as much info. Now I have 100 times the info that I had before. I mean, I didn't pay for all of these subscriptions and get all this and talk to all these people and, make a few acquaintances and that helped me out here or there. But now it's getting cloudy. But then this draft really sucks. Like, this draft was really hard. Everyone's mocks got busted up, and I can't wait to see next week whose mocks were the best. But even Peter Schrager, struggled through the first round. Last year, live in Green Bay, I hit 26 of 32, and that probably was my best year as far as a first-round pick. But, I mean, hitting 9 or 10 Lions picks 3 years in a row, like, I was cooking. Like I was cooking. I had them figured out, and then Brad and Dan decided to change everything up, and they're holding a lot more close to the vest, which is interesting that they did that. But I'm glad that they did it too, because they're getting the players that they want, and that's all that matters. But you're right about. You're spot on. I believe that, you know, the draft it's fun, right? There's a lot of conjecture, to use your words, and there's a lot of fluff, to use your words. And yeah, it's fun to watch. It's an event. That's what the NFL wants. But at the end of the day, 90% of these players can't start on a team today. That's just what it is. 90% of them won't start on a team today. It's going to take a minute for them to get ready. So appreciate the call, man.
Yeah, for sure. And I would just, in closing, I would just say, you know, even though you don't have, like, you know, all of the insight, you know, your football knowledge and, you know, ability over the last couple of years I've been watching you has been phenomenal. And I really appreciate your insight. And I really appreciate meeting you guys. I still have the ball cap I'm wearing now, my Lions cap that I won when you guys were at the mall down in the Detroit metro area. And Eric gave me a to-go bag of his Ultralights thing that I gave to my cousins, and they love the little UV flashlight. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you. And I'm glad that I'm back on board on the Lions train. You know, this season I was falled off after like a hard playoff loss to the Redskins and this hard winter. Now the draft is back in. I'm excited for the season to kick off, and I'm glad you guys are part of that.
There we go, man. We'll be back at Pro Sports Zone again, hopefully this season. You're going to say something, Eric. Go ahead.
So check out my newest product that I designed all on my own. So this looks like a Convoy C8 flashlight, and you hit it with UV, and it lights it up, and then this stays glowing. It glows in the dark, and you put a sphere in the top of it, or a rock in the top of it, and it holds your rock. So
cool stuff, man. Casey, appreciate you. Thanks for the call, man. Go Lions.
Okay, love you guys. Later.
Appreciate it, man. Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, I've been going to town with this 3D printer, man.
That's
I just
a cool
bought
little product, and I can't thank DRAM 5261 enough, man. That's a huge donation. Really appreciate you guys. We missed out on quite a few picks. Let's get caught up here. Gabe Yakas went. Gabe, I just saw his name. He went to. Oh my God, he went to New England.
Really?
You got to be kidding me. Eli Stowers went, and Gabe Yakas went, and now the Jaguars pick is in, and the Bears are on the clock. So interesting.
I'm way behind.
Well, I have NFL.com open, and then I have NFL Network open, so I kind of got both screens.
Because PFF was up to date. The last one they got is Eli Stowers to the Eagles.
Very interesting. Gabe Yakas going to New England. That is going to be a big time move for them.
Yep.
Let's read about Gabe Yakas real quick. This was a player that a lot of Lions fans loved. Look, I wasn't high on the guy early, but I warmed up to him. Like, I really love this guy's length, power, strength. I mean, he cooks. He really does. He's got a long way to go. But when you got a guy that's 6'4", 260 with 33-inch arms that threw up 30 on the bench with 10-inch hands, and that, I mean, I'm undersizing him a little bit. Oh, we got the Jaguars pick. Hold on.
Pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Nate Borkacher.
Oh, wow.
Texas A&M.
That's a bit early for me, but hey. You're going to see a run on tight ends now. You watch. This is going to be the point where the Lions need to move up. So now you've had 2 tight ends go in 3 picks, and you usually see 3 or 4 kind of go within 10 picks, you know, when there's going to be a run. So if 2 or 3 more tight ends go right now over the next 10 picks, I would not be surprised at all. So if the Lions are going to make a move, I would say if Max Clare is in their wheelhouse at all, if he's even a thought, this is when they move. This is when the Lions move. If they don't move, then I think we have our answer.
And McNeil Warren is still.
This is the time. This is when we get the next Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
Wow, though. Wow, Gabe Yakis. So like I said, I wasn't real high on the guy, and then I started to warm up to him. Like I've said, a couple of players, I didn't watch the right film on a few players. You know, one of them, namely Sadiq. Like, I didn't have him as a great blocker in the film that I watched, and then a friend of mine handed me some film and said, watch these ones. And then when I watched those ones, it was night and day difference. He's a hell of a blocker. But Gabe Yakis, I'm just going to give you the last word. Yakis projects at the next level, who fits best standing up in a hybrid even front. He looks most comfortable standing up, but should not be dropping back into coverage more than a few plays per game. He has the positional flexibility to put his hand in the dirt anywhere along the defensive line and could provide a pass rushing spark while he continues to improve his run defense techniques. Yeah, I thought he was good against the run. New England, though. New England runs... They run a 3-4 base, though, right?
Yeah, New England's 3-4.
Okay, so if New England is 3-4, SIS had them projected going into a 4-3, but has them as a hybrid even front. I wonder how they're going to use him because he's pretty big. He's pretty big to be dropping into coverage. I would agree with that. I forgot to read Derek Moore's take, didn't I? Didn't I forget to read Derek Moore's by SIS?
Oh, yeah. I don't think we heard anything about him.
I think I totally screwed that one up. Let me read a little bit about Derek Moore here by Sports Info Solutions, Scouting Report.
Yeah. Major pain. Yes, Max Clare is still available.
Overall, Derek Moore is an edge rusher in Michigan's even front defense. He lined up as a stand-up rusher with a vast majority of the time and was rarely asked to play with his hand in the ground. That's interesting. That's interesting. So if he barely had his hand in the ground, then he's going to be an up rusher, which a couple of things that I've noted about the Lions' defensive changes this year is, number one, putting Aiden Hutchinson up. He's a better football player, just like he was at Michigan. I think that when he plays up, he sees the ball better. When he's down, I mean, there's times to use it and times not to use it, but I think Aiden plays better when he's up. I also feel like Aiden plays better when he's not in all the rundowns too. Like I want a better run defender in front of Aiden, and I want Aiden to get a break. I've been very vocal about that. But anyway, he's an experienced player. Talking about Derek Moore here, having appeared in 53 games with 24 starts for the Wolverines. He shows good display of athleticism with quick get-off, with solid bend and ankle flexion when rounding corners. He shows good arm length, but he can play with a high pad level against the run. Moore plays with a good motor and often shows effort chasing down plays from the backside and continues to strain and work to finish plays when rushing the passer. Now, against the run, Moore displays some inconsistent ability to disengage from offensive tackles. Kind of the same thing that I said about him earlier, that he tends to ride the tackles. You got to get off, man. You got to break away, and you got to flatten down, and you got to go get after it. What just happened? I just seen Darius say big play.
For the Eagles to flip that to the Vikings and get Jonathan Grenard, a top-notch pass rusher of his own right. And,
All right, we'll come back to that. Still against the run, they say that his play strength and power shows up more as a pass rusher than a run defender. There seems to be some untapped potential as a physical edge setter. And that's kind of what I said earlier, too, and that he needs to unlock on his own. His unpolished technique often kept him off the field in obvious run situations. He shows patience when unblocked and shows discipline to take the extra second to cover the read option, which that is important. If he doesn't bite on the read option, Aiden tends to bite on the read option quite a bit. He crashes in. He often takes the bait. That's good that we have a guy that's not going to take the bait, and hopefully that provides a little bit of a spark for us. His run game is just not the greatest. He's just not the greatest. But he does tend to look for pullers, which is smart, man. That means the FBI is where it needs to be. All right, here we go with the Bears.
I love it. I love this pick by the Bears.
And it's going to be announced by Pittsburgh Panther with his own
You love it because it's bad?
Yep.
It's Jimbo Covert.
Is it quarterback?
Bears' latest selection.
Nope. It's a position that 2 rounds ahead of where they need to take them.
Is it really?
Oh yeah, at least 2 rounds. This is funny.
Grate that cheese right up. I love it. With the 57th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Logan Jones, center, Iowa.
I told you.
Oh, and he's
I
the
love
first
it.
center off the board.
Yeah.
Oh my! But you know what? Iowa turns out some pretty good ones, man. But this guy's light in the pants, dude.
Yeah.
I did not like Logan Jones because he was so light.
Yeah. Ben Johnson must want a guy that can do stuff like Frank did, that, you know, pull and run around. He wants a run around pulling center, not a run blocking center. Jack Slaughter, Pat Coogan. I would have taken either of them over.
I wouldn't have taken Coogan over him, but I Slaughter, yes.
But I wouldn't have taken any of them until the 5th round. Not even this guy.
Third round for me.
Yeah, it's still way early. This is the. There's still There's still 7 picks left in the 2nd round, and they're taking a center.
Who do you think the Browns are popping in to take, gents?
Browns just moved up.
I'm gonna have to get some answers from Ian on why my top-rated player is still floating around out there.
Or no?
One says that. Oh, the Browns pick is in.
Yeah.
You are gonna crap when you see who they took.
Manuel McNeil McWarren.
You got it. There he goes.
This is he's 15th on your board.
The Browns, look, it's just my opinion. Everybody sees players differently. But just from where I sit and what I saw from players, I think the Cleveland Browns are crushing this draft.
Yeah, yes, they are.
25 guys. They got a tackle who I had all the way up there in the top 15. And now you get my 15th overall player at this point in time in the 2nd round. This is stealing, in my opinion. You talk about a physical presence, someone who he has a hammer in the middle of the field, and then he's a turnover machine. We've seen this on a few guys today, the ability to punch the football out, several forced fumbles throughout his career, and he can take the ball away as well. Look at his ability to range over to the sideline here. You want to play him in the deep half, he can do some of that.
This is such a miss by the
You want to
Lions.
play him underneath, he has the ability to find and locate the ball underneath as well. So,
I'll
give you a thumbs up from my standpoint.
What
the heck do I know? But I love what the Cleveland Browns are doing.
Love the range that he possesses. I actually mocked him in the
Oh
first
shit!
round, my final mock.
We got a trade.
To Cleveland, got him a little bit late, but
We got a trade.
Ooh.
Vikings trade pass rusher Jonathan Greenard to the Eagles for multiple draft picks. The Eagles have traded for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Greenard in a blockbuster deal during day 2 today. Right now, they just sent Minnesota the 3rd round, number 98, and a 2027 3rd round pick as part of the deal. Philly will get back a 2026 7th round pick.
Wow.
Greenard is also receiving a 4-year, $100 million extension that includes $50 million fully guaranteed. Way to go! Way to go! Way to go!
Oh, the Vikings are tanking this year.
Yeah, they just picked up a 3rd.
I guess.
And a 3rd next year. And they just saved $100 million.
Yeah.
The commissioner took my opportunity to talk, so I definitely have to say hello to my 2 children, Jaden and Celeste. Give a shout out to the Care League. Last but not least, Bushwood Elite, and the Winning Edge. This is special for me because I know this kid personally, which is ironic. With the 59 pick for the Houston Texans, they select Marlon Klein, tight end.
There goes the Michigan kid. There goes the Michigan kid.
Wow, he went early.
That's where he grew up. He's got size and speed.
He went before Max Clare.
That's incredible.
Look at that frame and look at the way that he can move. Here he is, the ability to stretch the seam. Now remember, he had Colston Loveland there previously, so you don't have that long track record of a ton of production, but you can see it in flashes
Wow.
here. He's got real soft hands, and he can run. When you look at what he ran in the 40, he ran a 4.6.
Remember when we were talking to the one guy that said that he was hoping to just be a 6th-round pick?
Yeah, he was saying 6th or 7th. The guy from ESPN.
He just made an extra $10 million.
Yeah. Wow. Good for you, Marlon Klein. Way to go, Michigan kid. Guy from Germany. And he'll be a pathway player, so he won't count against their roster.
Not one. Well,
I'm just a Friday guy, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know what happened last night. You'll tell
only if he's on the practice squad. I think is how that works.
Wow. Well, hostility. Normally the commissioner just hears boos from the crowd, not from the podium.
100 years ago, no one.
Yeah, I have things that keep getting cut off over here too, man.
There's something weird going on. The NFL is they're stopping all these streams that are legal, not just illegal ones. They're stopping legal ones because I have DirecTV and it's not letting me stream to my app. I can stream the UFL game. But
What do you mean? What do you mean?
NFL.
So if DirecTV can't show it, it could be blacked out.
So on DirecTV,
You should be able to go to NFL Network and watch it.
I know I have that up also, but it's like 2 minutes behind. It's unwatchable. It's too far behind.
Well, sometimes you
Where-
can't watch things on the app. You have to watch it on PC. But ABC on DirecTV, you should be able to watch the draft. That's probably where it is because it's a local.
That's all right. I'm watching the UFL game. I'm a junkie. Got money on it.
Of course you do.
Yeah. DC Defenders. You're going to take it. I don't like the Birmingham Stallions. I'm just a football junkie. I want to go down to the AF1 game tomorrow for the Saginaw Arsenal, but I can't cram that in. I just have too much going on. So I'm going to go down in a couple weeks and get all access with them and check it out.
Yeah, the Bears definitely didn't pick best player available. I just saw that. That's funny.
Yeah. They could have got him.
They definitely didn't pick best player available.
They could have got him in the next round, no problem. With no trading to get it. Maybe they're worried the Packers were going to steal their center since the Packers and the Vikings both need centers.
Oh, I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you see a little run on centers now, but I don't know if they're picking.
Yeah.
Where are we at? Round 2. Let me update this board. So the last 5 picks, you've got Tennessee, LA, Broncos, Chargers, Eagles. And so far, look, the players that I feel are best for the Lions, let's do a little recap on the Lions here. Or if I go look at the best players that are available, even at 118, like if I'll project way out to 118, I'll try to. You still have Chris Brassel that has not been selected. Jermod McCoy, again, great intel, right? This last week when I said there's a lot of teams pulling him off the board, great intel, worked out. Hill Jr., a lot of people loved Hill Jr. He's still on the board. Romello Height, a lot of Lions fans loved Romello Height. He's still on the board.
Yeah.
Kyle Lewis, still on the board. A couple of guys that I like, Curry and Dennis Sutton, they haven't reached their potential yet, where they were slotted. They were slotted in the late 60s, mid 70s for me, and we are getting real close to that. I would expect that probably in the early part of the third round that one, if not both of those guys will go. But then Max Clare, right? I mean, he was probably early to mid 70s for me, and we're getting close to that as well. Here we go at Titan selection.
The Tennessee Titans select Anthony Hill Jr.
We just talked about him. There he goes.
There you go. Yeah.
Finally off the board.
We talked about all these off-the-ball linebackers at the top, and here they go. They're all going off the board. Real rangy, dynamic athlete who's real fluid in space.
I really
also
liked his
can rush
speed,
a little
man.
bit as a pass rusher and a blitzer. Here his ability to read and burst. He tested extremely well. Ended up running 4.51 with a 37-inch vertical. That tells you what type of athlete he is. And when he hits you, he brings his feet on contact, and he is a striker.
You know what's funny?
Of all these linebackers.
You know what's funny? Everyone's I'm taking this because of what someone just said, like Steve Fallon. I know that you've always been a supporter of Brad, but what's going to happen now, because Brad took a Michigan edge today, is now everyone's going to come back around and say how smart Brad is.
Oh, yeah. They're all going to jump on the train.
How good Brad is. Oh, my God. All of his picks are so good. All right. They're going to flip. And I'm going to be right here. I'm going to be right here with the receipts. I promise you that.
Oh, yeah. Brad's the best now.
I need a charger, man. I'll play this. I got to go find a charger.
Here comes the second pick of this draft.
No.
Don't tell me Max Clare just went.
No.
Watchful eye. We're about to find out.
Boo, Rams.
Answer to the
Boo.
question. It's Tavon Austin with the pick.
Did Max Clare just go?
St. Louis, I still like
Yeah.
St. Louis.
Boo, Rams. Boo.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the LA Rams select Max Clare, tight end from Ohio State, baby.
Well, they love tight ends with the Rams. So much 13 personnel.
You know what? I figured a tight end.
Parkinson, they've got Ferguson, they've got Higbee, they've got Davis Allen, and now you add Max Clare out of Ohio State, who's someone, when you watched him at Purdue, I thought you could see a little bit more of the athleticism and run after catch ability. At Ohio State, there's just so many mouths to feed because they have so many good players. But you do see a lot of these little drags.
Man, that's a Sam Laporta route right there. All day.
Well, you're right about the mouths to feed. That's why he didn't have the production that he did at Purdue, but he developed into an excellent blocker, and Ohio State used a lot of 12 and 13 personnel last year as well because they had a loaded tight end room. He was
And that's exactly why I loved Max Clare to the Lions, especially with Drew Petzing. Take the scheme into account, but here's the thing. I thought that they were going to take a tight end in Kenyon Sadiq, and they went with Ty Simpson. How do you go with Ty Simpson over making a move to get Kenyon Sadiq? I will never understand that pick.
They could have had Kenyon Sadiq and Ty Simpson in the second.
Unbelievable. I will never understand that pick.
100 years ago, no one would insure cars for military members. So a group of soldiers backed each other. Today, we're still serving them.
Oh, man.
Anyway, I'll go back to this. So
this draft is crazy.
It's good now. I mean, now things are starting to make a little bit more sense. Players are starting to go off in groups. Players are starting to go where they belong. Well, some teams, anyway. But I guess if we project to 118, right now we are about halfway there. Well, we're almost halfway there. We're only at pick 61. No, we're halfway there. So we have 60 players just about between us and our next pick if the Lions don't move. And in being quite honest about it, if players are slipping the way that they have been, like Jelon Kilgore, I'm just going to write some names down. This is where I had him. Jelon Kilgore. Hold on. Jelon Kilgore I had at 118. Exactly.
Yeah.
Not the pick for the Lions, and I want him to be the pick. I figured that's where he might end up, was right around 118. Julian Neal. So thinking of secondary here, I'll start there because I think that there's going to be some options for the Lions with secondary. I had Julian Neal in the 152 range, which is a few picks in front of Lions at 157. So we'll see if some of these hold true. Next, I can barely read this board. It's so small.
Bud Clark at 118.
Bud Clark.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if we're thinking, I don't want to go quarterback just yet. I'll come back to the quarterbacks. Here, let me slim this down because this is way too much.
Oh, I got a little bit of news for you.
I'll slim this down to defense. What's up?
I'm going to be making a little bit of a donation to the Rocked On Cancer Foundation. Some of the bets that we went in on the other day, they hit. 3 out of 5, we got them right. So Mansour Delane went before Reuben Bain Jr. We made $8. And then Caden Proctor went before Monroe Freeling. We made $6. And then Kenyon Sadiq, this is our big one. He went before Makai Lemon, made us $11.25.
There we go.
Yeah, so like $25 for the Cancer Foundation.
Man, I had some 3-pick parlays that they just put out there.
Yeah.
One of them was Mansour Delane, Caden Proctor, and Carnell Tate. I got 2 out of 3 right. Caden Proctor is the one that screwed me. And I don't even know what the parameters were. It doesn't tell me the parameters. First offensive lineman selected. So I had Mansour Delane and Carnell Tate being the first of their position selected.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get it. And then I had Fernando Mendoza, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, top 3 picks in that exact order. We know that didn't happen. I had a whole bunch of weird ones. But I was betting like $5. I got all these free bets. I was betting $5 and you'd get anywhere between 80 to $150 on them.
Yeah.
Third round to make this pick after trading out for the first round 3 times last night.
Bill's back on the clock, huh?
We had to take advantage of the opportunity to come up here with the legend, Penn State and Buffalo. With the 62nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select
David Igbinosun.
It's Davison Igbinosun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Davison.
That's a good pick, man.
You know, these guys work all their life, play all these games, they get drafted in the NFL, and then somebody that has no clue gets to announce their name and say it wrong. There should be somebody in the NFL telling them exactly how to say it and spell it out for them so they can say it correctly when they go out.
Yeah, you spell it out on the damn card. Like, don't even spell the right name. Just spell the name phonetically, the way it's supposed to be said.
How it's supposed to be said, exactly.
You know? Like, my goodness.
And make sure you say it to the person before they go out there.
Oh, those are the things that a lot of people don't understand today. Like, just like customer service has gone out the window.
Yeah.
Anyway, going back to some of these moves here. I want to look at Wheatley because Wheatley is obviously going to be around for a little bit. But I had him going in the back of the 3rd round.
Moved out of the 2nd round for that.
In the mid-90s. and I don't think he's gonna go much later than that.
Well, the Chargers just stuck and picked.
The Raiders did not get a safety, right?
Certainly looks like the.
And I think that they might be looking at Wheatley at 91, and I had Wheatley going at 93.
When they traded everything for Ricky Williams, but that wasn't the case.
But these are all in play for the Lions if the Lions want to move up.
Celebrating the latest pick. What do you think, Daniel? Well, I thought
2 of them, they don't got to do anything if they hit, but Wheatley, I think they're going to have to move up to get, at least right now.
I just know from
You can see here, where was he here, at 100?
waiting to see a guard get selected, which is not something you'll say often with the
104? See the rank right here, 104?
Yeah.
6'2", 202. I really like Wheatley. He's 24 years old. I mean, the Lions just took an older player. I don't think that they're afraid. I don't think that they're afraid of taking an older player. I mean, they just took Moore. He's 23. That might be one of the oldest players that we've drafted in the second round.
So here is a rumor from Jordan Schultz. The Giants have engaged in trade conversations involving defensive end Kayvon Thibodeau and the Saints. So the Saints are among the teams showing strong interest. If a deal happens, it could be as soon as tonight. The Giants have been opening to listening.
Interesting.
And the Browns trade away their picks for Deshaun Watson and Elijah Moore.
So one of them came out successfully and the other did not.
Let's see what the Chargers do here.
Wait a minute. Something's not right.
Here comes lights out, I think. Here we go. There we go. That's a durable suit. It is.
With the 63rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jake Slaughter, guard.
There he
There goes your guy.
They listed him as a guard. He was a center there at Florida, but they signed Tyler Biadasz in free agency, so they're going to give him a whirl at guard. Remember, Mike Daniels' new offense there, new coordinator. They're going to really value guys. You see that last note, quick to the second level, getting out in space. You're going to see a very athletic offensive line for the Chargers.
All right, last pick of the second round.
And you've also got a fallback. You get an injury at center. Slaughter can kick inside and do that. He's got really good football intelligence to go with that quickness.
Oh, shit. D-Ram just dropped in another $199 super chat.
Whoa.
He said, you guys failed me. Laugh out loud. Glad we didn't get Max, but not Crosby. As always, keep putting up the good work. Brother, that's huge, man. That's huge. That's huge. Yeah, Claire's disappointing, man. Like, I really wanted Claire. I think he projects to be the next Sam Laporta. Maybe not in his rookie year, but he moves so well. I mean, there's still a couple of guys left on the board, but yeah, I really wanted Claire too. I think it fits a need. It provides an immediate remedy to a back injury that you don't know what's happening with it. And that's one of the main reasons why, like, I really want a safety, because I think as a GM, I think that you have a responsibility to make sure that your team can function at all levels. And if that means that you have to bring in an extra player and that room is just too thick, well, then you're going to get rid of a good player, and that is a very good problem to have. And I think that I kept using the word irresponsible, and I think that Brad would be irresponsible by not bringing in a safety and not bringing in a tight end in this draft. Those are the two main positions that I feel we are the weakest at. I mean, even corner. If you look at the corner position with Terry and Arnold, he's coming off a shoulder surgery, and he quasi proved himself at times, but he's also been a crapshoot. So I think that you need to settle up secondary and you need to make sure that we're good in the tight end room, and then I'll be happy. I think we got enough players to go win, but I'll be happy if they at least do that. But man, I can't thank you enough. That's $300 tonight, my man. $300.
Nuts.
That's huge. It's huge. Goes a long way. Appreciate it. Chuck Clark, says Jomo Lion King. Yeah, I like Chuck Clark. And I thought that was the first step at securing that room. But when you look at, at Chuck Clark and his ability, I don't think that he's not Kirby, man. He's not Kirby. And that's just a reality of it. I'm going to get my R-Lads back up because it crapped out on me. It like signed me out, and if you're not signed in, it literally kills. It's doing it again. It's not working because I have an ad blocker on.
The 96th pick in the third round tonight, and then only one day 3 pick, a 6th rounder, 188th overall. But all's good in their neighborhood with a fresh Lombardi in the case. And picking last, that's what you want to do. You want to pick last in rounds. That's the goal.
They did a nice job filling a need with their first pick.
Cliff Averill of Purdue football.
Yeah, Cliff Averill.
Man. You know what I mean?
Former
really?
Detroit Lion.
Speaking of interior
Nice.
rushers.
Final pick of round 2. Here it comes.
What up, 12s? Yeah. With the 64th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the world champs, Seattle Seahawks, select Bud Clark.
There he goes.
Oh man, he went early.
Go ahead and take this one, Chuck.
Yeah, I love this one because
Early.
in our pre-show, I was looking forward to seeing ball hawks come off the.
That was my pick to the Lions at 118.
Yeah, he's a lean frame and all that, but he finds the football. That was at
I got him in like every friggin' mock draft ever at 118.
That's why you can't take those things serious.
I know.
It's tough that when you do mock drafts and you don't do like a lot of the research, you kind of take your prey to the PFF or either prey to the PFSN or the one that I'm going to start using is stick to the model, which is a new one for me, and I've got to learn about it.
As for round 3, we send things to the stage to kick it off.
But it's a really fun site. Have you guys messed with stick to the model yet? It's a really great site, like an amazing site. There's betting on it, and if you're a bettor, I'm not a huge bettor, but you've got all the draft tools. You got a draft simulator. I wanted to implement it this year, but I haven't played with it enough.
I just sent you a link in the show chat thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is Brad going to the podium after choosing an edge rusher in the draft. Watch that video.
Oh, I won't be able to pull it in right now because the audio.
No. But just watch it. It's absolutely hilarious. It's 15 seconds long. Oh, that's great.
Anyway, so this is the Stick to Pick site. I think you guys are all gonna love it if you haven't checked it out yet. I'm still a rookie on it, but I'll be ready to go next year on this site. Well, actually starting Monday. Start to work again. But there's a ton of information in here, and then like for the Lions picks, or even for the upcoming picks, it tells you like in a row, in order where you think that, or where they think that this team is going to pick. So upcoming is Arizona. It has offensive tackle, edge, quarterback, wide receiver. So let's see if it gets it right. We'll come back to this. But if you go up and mess with it, you go to the draft. You've got live draft grades. You got historical drafts. You got mock draft mania. Prospect overview. You've got a big board, STTM rankings. Analytics, combines and visits. I just clicked it. Let's go combine and visits. And I need to find the Lions. Hold on. Need to turn my ad blocker back on. Let's go Detroit. All right, so Detroit, here's what it shows for all the visits. Caden Proctor, Kenan Sadiq. Come on. Mansour Delane, Caleb Banks, Deontay Lawson. I still like Deontay Lawson to the Lions. Emmanuel Pregnan. He hasn't gone yet, has he?
No, he has not.
Oh, boy. Dante Corleone. I did like him, but, man, I think he's got that pollywog syndrome. Derek Moore, twice. Let me pull that out a little bit.
Run to the bathroom real quick.
So here it says that Derek Moore was seen at the Combine, the Pro Day, and I'm sorry, he was in there twice. Combine and Pro Day. So it tracks everything for you. Joe Royer. So there's another tight end that the Lions like. And he's still available, right? Joe Royer? Here's a heat map right here. Where's Royer? He's down here. So he's still available. There's plenty of tight ends in this draft. There's so many, it's not even funny. There it goes. Carson Beck, quarterback. So let's go back to this heat map. Let's go to the draft. We're going to go to the live draft. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Nope. That's not it. Where is it? There we go. It's not moving now.
No stranger to big environments. This guy's played some of the biggest games in college football in his career,
including the national championship game, the last game of the year. So, yeah, there you go.
I think my I'm gonna have to kill it. My blocker prevents some sites. I have to go in and it just takes too long to fix it, so I'm not gonna mess with it. But anyway, it's a really great site. Check it out. Stick to the model.
Have you seen the first pick of the third round?
No, not yet.
The Cardinals? It's a surprise.
Oh, the quarterback.
Yeah, Carson Beck.
Yep. Well, that model that I was just looking at, it had quarterback, I think, as the third option for the Cardinals with their next pick.
Texas A&M and now Carson Beck of Miami, because only two teams beat Notre Dame this year, Texas A&M and Miami. So that'll be a nice chat in a quiet moment.
I think you got to have some playoff experience to get drafted by the Cardinals when they're looking at the draft board.
There you go.
Here, I'll put it in here, Tony.
Let's go to the stage for the latest pick, and it's the Broncos' first pick of the draft. Welcome to the draft, Denver.
There you go. Sticktothemodel.com. I just popped it in there. What's up, cruising?
Super Bowl 50 champions and the best owners in football, the Penner family, with the 66th pick in
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyedum.
Oh, Onyedum. Wow. I liked him for the Lions too, but not right there.
Thought he would come off the board here in this third round. We're going to see a couple more defensive tackles. I think McClellan from Missouri will be another one we'll hear called.
Wow.
Those guys closely graded together. Those first 4 seasons.
I like this on X. This is a Lions fan. Brad taking needs over best player available.
You can see as a 3 technique, he's got the ability at that size. You see it right here, that quickness to work.
I think this just happened to end up where it, you know, the needs lined up with what he took.
Well, who are they calling? Who are they calling a need?
Offensive tackle and edge were the biggest need according to everyone.
I mean, I guess you have to look at what their board says. You know, I mean, if you look at like SIS's board, you still have a whole bunch of 6.5s that have not been taken yet, and we're way past the point of those players. So, I mean, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You have 17 players that have not been drafted that had higher grades than all the players that are going right now.
Yeah.
17. So that just means that some boards, I mean, every board doesn't line up.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Kieran Crawford, defensive end, Auburn.
Oh, there you go.
Good for him. How about Kieran Crawford? Never even put a helmet on till
Crawford is ahead of Curry and Danny Dennis Sutton. So Romello Height and Josephs, they're still on the board, yeah?
Yeah. You got a lot of edge players. Not as
you're
many
gonna
as I thought.
You're going to have a big drop off here in a moment.
Also one who went down to the Senior Bowl, had a nice showing and helped him get into the 3rd round.
Kind of looks like a guy who should just get into
God, the Seahawks are going to have Eamon Worry and Bud Clark as their safeties.
I'm telling you, Bud is not that great, bro.
I think he's going to be good. That was my dude.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll take my time out. Oh, that's me.
When we come back, the Eagles.
Oh, that's me too.
Their latest pick. The Bears, the Niners,
So if you guys wanted to see what I was laughing about here a little bit ago with Brad Holmes, I put the link in there for Nolan Bianchi's X and the video that he put up. It's 15 seconds long. It's just Brad walking up to the podium, eyes all big and licking his lips, and yeah, and just has that look in his eyes. So apparently Brad got up on the podium and talked about Derek Moore tonight, so I'll be interested in. Brad Holmes said tonight, according to Colton Pouncey, I guess I followed your mock drafts. So that came straight from Brad Holmes today. So I think Brad was playing around with the media just a little bit at his press conference tonight. So if he's doing press conferences, I think he's probably done for the night. I'm guessing the Lions are not going to be moving back up into the 3rd.
But in the fight against cancer, the inches
That's
matter
just
even
my
more.
guess.
Just like any fight, it starts with showing up. Small gains, one moment at a time. And when you add up all those inches, that's the difference.
Now they are showing Derek Moore at the Senior Bowl, just absolutely trucking the dude
100 years ago,
at the practice at the Senior Bowl.
So a group of
The left tackle from the University of Miami, he just puts him on his back, pancakes him.
USAA, taking care of our own.
Hey, we got this old mattress,
waterbed,
and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Verizon does. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
I'm a star of your team. Check out my game day drip. It's custom. Forget the game. You're watching me. Who loves you?
Markel Bell.
And if you don't have the right auto coverage,
Let's see.
you'll be paying for that
See if I can
yourself.
catch up
So get
here.
Allstate.
Your to-do list
Done by us.
All right, so the Eagles are up again. Eagles seem to have a lot of picks in this draft. I'm just hoping somebody, man, you know, you still have Emmanuel Pregnon out there. There's an awesome guard that the Lions did have a meeting with at the combine. They most definitely did. That was when I had a lady come up and ask me if I was a beat writer for the Lions. I said no, but I happened to know one and had Colton Pouncey right next to me. And she told a little bit of info to him that Emmanuel Pregnon had a meeting with the Lions the night before. So I was pretty sure that was Emmanuel's agent or someone that worked for his agent. And right now, what I'm looking the best for the Lions, there's a couple names that are still staring you in the face. I mean, you got a couple of linebackers. You got Lewis and Lawson. You got the cornerback, Gerard McCoy. And then Emmanuel Pregnon. Those are like three really big names still. And then there's even some wide receivers up there. Brazel, Branch, Lane, Bell, and Bell. There's a running back. Coleman's still there. Washington's still there. Singleton's still there. So quite a few running backs still. I'm surprised there hasn't been a run on running backs. I thought for sure a couple of them go. Okay, so Markel Bell just went to from Miami. He just went to the Eagles, offensive tackle. So now the Bears are on the clock. Who are the Bears going to take now since they took a center 1 or 2 rounds too early? Congrats to all the super duper chats. Hell yeah, man. There were some big super chats tonight. This was a really great night for the channel. Get some money going into the Rock Down Cancer Foundation. I got to make a little donation myself since I put those bets up the other day. I put up $5 bets and we won about 25 bucks. So we did a little better than break even because we got 3 out of 5 of them right.
He's the one who got run over by Derek Moore that became that famous piece of tape. Well, guess what, folks? The year before, that was Josh Connerly getting run over by the defensive end from Marshall.
So did anyone go to the draft party last night at Ford Field? I don't think they had one today or tomorrow, but I know they did have one last night for the first round. If anybody went, let me know how it went.
I had some special guests to help me make the Bears pick.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome Tylen and Timothy. They're representing Friends of the Children, an incredible organization that focuses on the importance of mentorship and empowering youth. The NFL and the Bears work with Friends of the Children as part of our Inspired Change initiative. Tylen and Timothy, it's time to announce the pick.
With the 69th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select
Sam Roche from Stanford.
Sam Roush, tight end out of Stanford.
A tight end.
Talking to GMs in the run-up to this draft, I said, what are some of the trends I need to be looking out for? And they said, this 13 personnel thing is real.
So Attila the Hun says, F the Bears. I hate this. My favorite tight end. Really? I didn't do too much work on the tight ends because I didn't think we would be taking one.
Oh, there goes Sam Roush.
Yep. To the Bears.
I got to bring in Brad Holmes.
Yeah. You know, with Brad doing a presser, I'm pretty sure he's done for the night.
Yeah.
That's it.
Drops were a little bit of an issue for him this year. He did have 7 drops by the time the season ended, but man, he is an asset and a weapon in the run game.
But remember, if you're going to flex Colson,
it's really not.
He's going to move a little bit. Roush is the guy that's going to be a
Wow. Vikings have 3 third-round picks coming up.
Yeah. They're gonna get some good players right here.
My God. 1, 2, 3. Dolphins have 3 coming up. That's just crazy.
Later selection.
With the 70th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Romello Height, defensive end, Texas Tech.
Oh, their height goes off the board.
You know, I'm really surprised that he's not moving up. I'm really surprised. So I think that, and I don't know if he said anything about it, but I'll just kind of say what I said prior to the draft, like a couple weeks ago. I would not be surprised if Brad didn't get an edge or a tackle. Remember when I said I thought that he would, if he felt like he had enough on this roster and he was just going to kind of get what fell. Maybe that's his play for the rest of this draft, that he's just going to take what falls, and it is what it is.
Stick with safe picks this year.
Well, I think the other thing that's real, which I don't like, I don't think this is a good excuse, is that if you really can't afford to move up to pay the additional money for these picks, because that's real, right?
Oh yeah, all these contracts,
all the contracts.
Yeah.
The more contracts you add, or the higher amount of contracts that you add, the more it costs you year to year to year to year. And I'm wondering if they're just taking a lame duck year, grabbing a couple of players. 2 to 3 was my guess. 2 to 3 and we're good. And then you're just gonna whatever happens, happens. If they make the roster, they make the roster. If they make the practice squad and stay, great. But this draft is not extremely loaded. It's just not extremely loaded. All right, let's get into Brad.
Really, really excited because it's really, really excited.
Can you turn them up a little?
It's hard to find guys that, I'm not going to say we're picky, but, we just have a certain type that we like, and he fits those boxes.
Really quick follow-up, just because you brought up with Tesla last year, the Senior Bowl, right? That's such a kind of bang, bang, bang event, right?
Yep.
There's 3 practices in a game. Like, what is it about that event where you see a guy stand out there that's really a draw to you?
Yeah, it's just you just know that. And look, in credit to the guys that put the game together, it was Jim Nagy in the past, and he passed the torch to Drew Fab, and I thought Drew Fab did a really nice job putting together that roster. But it's just seeing that type of competition in real raw practices for a whole week, and then playing the game, and you can it's a lot of stories that you can get from it. There's some smaller school developmental guys that have rough days at the start of the week, and they kind of get better and then have a good games. And not everybody plays in the game. There's some guys that a lot of guys opt out and they play the whole game. I mean, I think that says a lot. But Derek, I don't think he played in the game, but his practices were really, really good. But I knew for him, what he showed was not only did he really show that he was an improved pass rusher, not just outside on the edge. He can sub rush too, which is very intriguing about him as well. I think that was a very underrated component of his game. But I thought he did a nice job proving at the Senior Bowl versus the top competition that he's a real pass rusher.
Brad, go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, your first 2 picks, offensive tackle and edge rusher, is that just a perfect blend of what you need, but also those were the guys you wanted?
Yeah, no, it really did line up, just because, like we've always said, we're just going to take the best player. So, look, if there was, I'm sure there was other tackles that were available, or there was other, edge rushers that were available, but these were the guys that we liked. So, when it blends together like that, it's really nice. But couldn't be happier, actually, just from today. today and yesterday. I know we still got a lot of picks tomorrow, or we lost one pick when we traded up, but I still feel like we got enough ammo to still make a little bit of hay tomorrow as well. But yeah, I didn't feel like it was any kind of reaching for positions or anything like that. I know that those were the popular positions and all that stuff that they were talked about for us, but they just happened to be players that we really liked.
Of that, and really your first answer to Justin a little bit too, but can you explain your vision for the defensive line and how Derek, right, like what he can do on the edge to complete that? Because you have been picky and people in this room have been on you a little bit, but obviously you're looking for something to
you get off my ass now? Probably not. No, it's a good question. Just because what Derek is going to bring, to the defense is, first of all, like you said, you want to call it just being very selective on the type of guys that we get. Hutch takes a lot of snaps, man. So just to have another body that literally can spell Hutch in that, in that rush rotation. When you line up, in nickel and sub defense, a guy that can line up on the opposite, a guy that can line up inside. Shep is going to put the guys in the best position to what they do best, and so that's what he showed on tape. Is he can set edges in the run game, he can rush outside, he can rush inside, and I'm quite sure that's what how Shep's going to utilize him.
Let me pause it there for a moment. So what I just said 20 minutes ago, like, you bring in a guy like this that can finally give Aiden a break. And it's not that they couldn't give him a break before, because Shep has come to the mic and said, yeah, you try to go give Aiden a break. You try to take him out of the game, and he's just going to laugh at you, and he's just going to go right back in the game. I think that's where a coach has to be a coach and the player has to be a player, and you say, get your ass out of the game. But this does finally give Aiden some rest, and I think that Brad's being nice about it, by saying dispel Hutch. Well, I think the goal is to put someone in that can get better, in the run game. And that means if Derek Moore does develop quickly, he's your speed end, and now you have your other guys on the other side that are setting the edge. Unless Moore develops that edge-setting presence right away, I would say that you've got a good mix between Aiden and Moore, to be your speed guys. Wanham's also another speed guy, but Wanham can also set an edge. And I think that you have a good mixture here. I think Brad's spot on with it. Eric, one of my bigger calls, or expectations, I should say, not even a call, an expectation is that when Aiden signed his big deal, whenever we re-signed him, I said that we would find the next edge rusher of the future that following draft. Aiden signed his big deal last year. We finally got another edge rusher after Aiden signed the deal, and that is roster roulette to a T. I haven't been talking about roster roulette in a while, but that is RAM is what I call it. It's one of the proprietary pieces that I put together, analytics pieces that I put together, that kind of is a predictive model at when you need to sign guys, how you need to fill the hopper to bring guys in, and what that looks like from a roster perspective, but also a salary cap perspective. So you got the guy in the second round. You're not way overpaying him. You have him for 4 years at a good rate, and then you can re-sign him after his fourth year. You don't need to re-sign him in the third year. And that is exactly why Brad Holmes did what he did. You don't take a guy in the first round, because then in 3 years, you're re-signing him already. Everyone's going to want to get repaid. And I don't know if a lot of fans think about this, but you can't pay Aiden $180 million, and in 2 more years after Aiden's deal just kicked in, re-sign another guy to a big giant deal. Like, it just won't fit. It'll never fit. So as much as Brad says BPA, I do believe there's a portion of that. But I think it's roster management in the way that they've calculated the roster management. How does that line up to my board? How does that line up to the draft? How does that line up to the players that are available? I think it's vertical, horizontal, and diagonal all at once. And I think that the roster component is that diagonal component, just like a stock ticker, right? You're looking at the trajectory of, this is what my salary cap is doing, and then up here we lose a bunch of guys and it's going to come down, right? And then it's going to creep back up, and then after that year we're going to lose a bunch of guys and it's going to come down. But at some point it's just going to rise, and it's going to keep on rising. And that's what you're seeing with Jared Goff and Aiden and St. Brown and Penei Sewell and Ali McNeil and Kirby Joseph. All those deals are starting to converge at the wrong time. So I think it was a very smart move. Very, very smart move. Don't know everything about the player just yet, but we'll see how he works out.
Film, it seemed like whenever the ball carrier was in his vicinity, he's a really good tackler in space. Maybe not something that you think of as like the primary skill set for an edge, but what is it about what he does well there, and how valuable is that to you?
Yeah, well, you always say, you gotta get to third down. You gotta earn the right to rush the passer, and so those are the dirty work he doesn't mind to do. But it's also a testament to his instincts as well. And so when you start talking about guys that have good floors or higher floors coming in, usually those guys are instinctive players, and that's what he is. He's very instinctive in the run game, and it matters because you just can't just be when you talk about edge rusher, rush. Well, yeah, I mean, we want to get to the quarterback, but you can't just get gashed all the way downfield either. And so I think that's a good component to his game he's going to bring.
How beneficial was it to see him play in an NFL system? Obviously they've had that Ravens-style defense since.
Yeah, I mean, it's very beneficial. It's hard enough playing all the forecasting and projecting that we have to do when we're evaluating these prospects. So when you see guys coming out of these programs like a Michigan or, like what we've done in the past at, Alabama or Iowa or, Georgia, like those guys run NFL systems. So, all the way down to the alignment and the assignment. So to be able to kind of take a little bit of weight off your back in terms of from a projection standpoint, and now you can kind of hone in on, what kind of physical and mental makeup they have for us. But it definitely helps because a lot of the things that Derek did, it might not be the exact same, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot of carryover.
Guys like Blake and Derek, where you say they've improved a lot over the years, like what are you looking for to confirm that they can keep growing?
Really just, I would say their work ethic and their football character. And, that's all the work that all the scouts do during the year, just vetting sources and all of that. Now they have to have the proper gears in their body to actually be able to ascend. It kind of starts there, but there's a lot of guys that have the gears in their body, but they don't have the other stuff. So that's why we just put so much work and stock into the intangibles and the work ethic and all that. So you're talking about Derek or Blake, like when a guy's coachable, he loves football. They both love football, and they're going to do everything in their power to be a good football player. You have to make sure they're that first, and then, you start looking at the other stuff. So I do think they'll get better.
When you trade up for Derek today, are you worried someone's going to get him? Was this a guy that you woke up this morning, having that conviction to get? What was what goes on in your head?
Yeah, I will say he was one of I would say he was part of that cluster. He was part of that cluster of guys that we were targeting today. So he was already at top of mind going up, but just kind of paying attention to who was in front of us, who was behind us. It felt like just right in that area, there was multiple edge rushers that were flying off. So, and again, I always say, like, that's the fascination of the draft. You don't know. So, Derek might have been, our, 3 or 4 edge rusher or whatever it is but he was our one for what was available. But other teams, he could have been there 7 or 8, and you can't worry about that. You just got to just get the guy that you want.
You had to make sure you got somebody in that cluster.
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Yes.
You guys lost a lot of production with Akadeen, 11 sacks.
Yeah.
Is it too much to ask a rookie to?
I'm glad you're asking me a question, Carlos. Too.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, I feel like when you don't, I feel like always just kind of
just waiting.
Yeah, just waiting. I'm like,
yeah.
All right.
Tiger in the tall grass.
Good. Sorry.
Yeah. So just when you lose that kind of production,
Yeah.
is it unreasonable to expect a rookie to come close to double-digit sacks? Do you expect that to come elsewhere? What are your expectations for him? as a rookie.
Yeah, look, he just needs to come in and be who he is. That's not the reason why we drafted him, Carlos, is that, like he has to replace Q's production. And no, it's not that. Like, if he does, great, but that's not why we drafted him. We do expect that he can become that player, to meet that kind of production in time, but that's not why we drafted him. But I will say him coming on board, he's going to add to, just the overall production of our defense of just adding more sacks and pressures and getting to the quarterback.
How do you think that DJ and Derek Moore complement each other? Like maybe slightly different physical profiles, statures. How do you see those two guys, Wanham and Derek Moore, complementing each other?
Yeah, I think they are good compliments because they're both physical players. They're a little bit different, a little bit different body types, but I think they're both. I mean, again, that's why they're here, is that they fit the requirements of what we look for at that position. So they both set good edges. They both can rush outside. They both can rush inside. So I'm quite sure that and they're also both good teammates too. So I'm quite sure that DJ being the veteran of the group, I'm sure that he's going to help Derek a lot. But it's a good question because I do think there are some similarities.
You guys are big on intangibles too, obviously. What does he have? Is it similar to Miller, different, and the two guys that you picked?
Yeah, well, first of all, it starts with their passion for football. They both love football. They're going to do everything they got to do to make sure that their body is right, that they're in shape, that they're being coachable, and that they're laying it all out on the line. And look, there's nobody that's perfect or anything like that. Everybody has mistakes, but the passion for football is numero uno for us, and so that's where they're very similar. They both love football.
Coach's impact in your overall scouting process. I know you bring them in kind of towards the end of the process and get their opinion. So, Coach Rogers and Shep, how did they maybe help you land on this player, if at all?
Yeah, they're a huge help on the vision aspect, and obviously, they evaluate the players, and we have good meetings, we have good dialogue, because there's some guys that we'll see differently. There's some guys that maybe that I might like the football player, but just not really sure where he's going to fit, so, but I will say this, what's been cool about Shep is his open-mindedness in terms of that if a guy has a skill set or let's call it a superpower, he's not going to be rigid and say, well, he doesn't fit in this box, so he can't, like, this guy does this well, then we're going to find a place for him to do that. So, but they're very helpful with their evaluations, their experience, and then just fitting that vision.
Were you nervous Baltimore was going to grab him? Is that why they were right after you guys, the Ravens?
I don't know if they wanted him or not, but kind of got a sense that they were in the edge rusher market, though. Yeah.
But just about us getting on you a little bit about getting a defensive end. Was it beyond, I know, getting him was most important, but just to get a defensive end, is that nice to get us off their back?
No, that was definitely an afterthought after we picked him. But I did think about it. We were walking down. I was like, finally, I'm going to the podium. We drafted. It's been, I don't know, 22 or something, and we did it. So, but no, again, look, we just. Again, I can't say it probably sounds like a broken record. It's not something that we have been ignoring. It just has to line up. Like I've said, the years past, year before, look, the easiest thing is to draft a defensive end every single round, every single year. That's very easy to do. But you want him to be a good player and produce. Well, then now you're dealing with something else, So that's what the hope is for Derek, and we feel good about it.
Do you think there's maybe still an opportunity to be active tonight? I mean, there's still 36, 37 picks.
We're probably done. I'm not gonna hide anything. I mean, I'll go back. I got my phone in my pocket. If someone, I'm not going to turn anything down, but I don't foresee us doing anything else for the rest of the night.
How well do you sleep
I think
on a
Brad's
night
playing
like this
coy right
when
there.
you've got, each of the trenches really addressed and settled?
Very well. Very well. Yes. Good question. Yeah, just, you know, it's not just, yes, like the trenches are so important and, you know, we're all about, you know, building it from the inside out. But it's just, you know, when you get the guys that you love and they happen to play in the trenches as well, that's just a little bit added bonus. But we'll definitely sleep good at night. Sleep even better because I didn't wait till the end of the night to talk to you guys. You guys will sleep better.
When you're taking, you know, a high value pick like first and second round, how important is it to have, you know, faith and a familiarity with the programs that you're having? Because you have taken guys from Alabama, Georgia, Michigan in these top regions of the draft. I mean, how important is that familiarity?
I mean, it definitely, it definitely helps. It's not the end all be all. Like, look, if there's a kid from a small school, you know, that's just a really, really good football player that he was worth the value of drafting in the second round or first round, then we're going to do it. Now, our work and our process and our preparation is not going to change, whatever that was, but maybe it's time to go. But but in terms of our vetting and our work and, you know, our thoroughness and watching as much film as possible and, you know, doing all our work on the front end with, you know, our sources and the scouts doing the work, whether they're at, you know, North Carolina A&T or they're at University of Georgia, we're going to take the same process. But I do understand, you know, guys that come out of certain programs, you just kind of know what they've been through and they have a track record and history of producing good players.
Any other edge rushers you're looking at?
Maybe. We'll see. Got a lot of picks tomorrow, so we'll see. Yeah. Huh?
Something tomorrow for Rod or for what's on the fastening? Yeah, wait and see.
I'm just gonna wear what I wear. Come on, Dave, man.
Thanks, Brent.
All right, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay. Look, I think he's playing a little coy there. I mean, he said he had a phone in his pocket, obviously waiting for a phone call if something would have happened. But the way that he answered that question, it just kind of felt like, you know, maybe I'm not done, but maybe I'm done. I don't know. But it is what it is. I just wanted to say a couple of things on this. One, I'm going to disagree with his edge setting comment. I will dig into more tape on Moore so I can get more intelligent on Moore. But coming in and be who he is. Before Brad, you know, came on, before we had a chance to bring him in, that was the one thing that I said about Derek Moore. He doesn't need to come in and be, you know, this monster edge knocking down a bunch of sacks. That's not what he needs to be. He just needs to come in and do his damn job. That's it. For years, it's been multiple tier 2 guys for me. If we have multiple tier 2 guys that are all getting 5, 6, 7 sacks a year, when you combine it all together, that's a lot of sacks, right? But if you got one guy pulling 10 or 12 and you got one guy pulling 3 and, you know, one guy pulling 10 and that's it, that's not as much as having 4 guys, 5, 6 guys pulling down 5, 6, 7. And it's more than just the sacks, right? It's getting in the backfield. It's producing the TFLs. It's popping the peanut out. There has to be more to the game. Sacks are never the answer. The whole game is the answer. It's having complete football players that's the answer. And these guys can't, even if they are a complete football player, sometimes they can't even play that way when they don't have a good secondary, right? If you don't have a good secondary, I don't care how good you are, you're never getting to the quarterback. And the times that you do get to the quarterback, it's a busted play or it's a long play, it's a tail end of a 4-second play. And those are just not game-changing moments unless you pop the ball out. So we need a good secondary just as much as we need a good front. Right now we have a good middle, but I'm kind of concerned about the middle. And this makes me even believe more there might be a minor change to our defense this year with how many times we have 3 linebackers on the field. It might be less. But if we don't grab another safety, then I don't think that works. We'll see where it goes. I'm hoping that Kirby and Branch are going to be good. Branch at some point. Hoping Kirby's ready to go. But I like the Moore pick. I got to get more intelligent. He doesn't, Brad said he doesn't have to replace the production. And he expects, they're asking him about being a 10 sack, a year guy because of AQM. And he thinks, yeah, in time, right? In time. What is time? 2-3 seasons? That's time. So the one thing that I'll say, just, I'll stick the knife in and twist it a couple of times this week and, and next week. But when this guy comes in and doesn't perform to the level of AQM, when he doesn't perform to the level that everyone is hoping that he's going to perform to, then what? Was Brad wrong again? Or was that always the answer? That edge is never the answer. It's just part of the team. What do you want to say on it? And then we'll get out of here. Or if you want to get out of here, do what you got to do.
Well, I'm kind of surfing the internet and looking at a lot of our I guess you would call them colleagues having to eat some crow and getting bashed by followers because they're saying, "Oh, well, I'm sorry, Brad Holmes, for bashing you all this time, but you finally got us a edge rusher and an offensive tackle, and you're drafted for our two most major needs." And the fans are not having it. They're like, I don't care. You've been bashing Brad for the last 2 years. You're not just going to come up with some apology and it all fixes itself. So I think it's kind of funny that fans are turning on some of these content creators that are always bashing Brad Holmes.
Well, they these content creators tried to apologize.
Yeah, they're like, oh, maybe I was a little harsh on him. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no. That's not the way it works. And then some of these picks that have went off while we've been watching Brad. Oh my God. You had Takario Davis go number 72 to the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
And then right after him, Oscar Delp, the tight end, went. And then Malachi Fields, Caleb Douglas, Drew Aller went to the Steelers. They got their quarterback. Yes, their QB. They got him in the third round.
Because before the draft kicked off, they were talking about Drew Aller and I forget the one guy's name. I always do. And he said that reminds them, that reminds him of a Pittsburgh Steeler, right? Ben Roethlisberger. And, seeing Ben last night, he looked super thin, looks way different. I didn't even recognize him. But yeah, that Drew Aller is like Ben Roethlisberger, but more active. I mean, there's way more to that guy's game. I mean, Ben was Ben, right? But Ben didn't move the best. He could move when he wanted to, but he didn't move the best. But he was a tank to pull down. And Drew Aller is a tank. He's a well-built machine. He's going to be fun to watch. Just hopefully not doing anything soon.
Yeah, and now the Packers just picked Chris McClellan out of Missouri, the defensive tackle. And according to SIS, there were 11 other defensive tackles rated above him. So,
you know what? Hold on. I gotta put something to bed real quick before I forget. All those fans, and you know what? Steve just said exactly what I was about to say. All those fans that were calling for Brad's job, and sometimes even Dan. Yeah. Well, now I don't got to hear your freaking mouth anymore.
Yeah.
I don't got to hear the hate. I don't got to. Well, I'm sure we'll still hear the toxic media because, well, you know what? Some channels might just wall it up and go home because they got nothing else to do. They don't know football. They don't know research. All they know is toxic. We didn't get an edge and we need an edge. And now they got an edge. So if that's 90% of your content, what are you going to do tomorrow? What is it next? I know what it is. We need a quarterback. That's the next one. We need a quarterback, Eric, so we could put Edge to bed.
Yeah. A backup QB that might be coming in this draft even. You never know.
No, I'm saying Goff.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
We need a
Goff's
quarterback.
gotta go.
Yeah,
Goff's
that's how
gotta
it's
go.
gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our top 5, top
Oh,
one.
Attila, you just earned a prize, buddy, because that is going to be the that is going to be the title of my video when I release it tonight. That is going to be the title of the video. Some channels died tonight.
Yeah.
I'm writing that down.
So he says
another big shout out to DRAM. Just dropped like another $100 worth of memberships out there. Another 20 memberships went out while we were listening to Brad. So congratulations to all the winners, and Rock Down Cancer Foundation is the biggest winner of them all. But DRAM, man, that's $500 I think you spent tonight. That's a lot of money, and it's certainly appreciated. So thank you, and hopefully everyone that gets a membership sticks around and realizes now the real content that you've been looking for will be here now that we don't have to talk about Edge anymore.
Yeah. So Attila, can you tell me, you say McClellan's arm length and hand size? So Chris McClellan that just went to the Packers, and then he had some like laughy faces with tears coming out. So
what's
do
the
you
question?
think that I'm wondering, do you think that Chris McClellan was a bad pick for the Packers?
Maybe he wanted McClellan.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if he really wanted him or if he thinks it's funny that the Packers took him.
But wasn't McClellan like...
He's like, there's like 11 or 12 other DTs listed ahead of him on SIS.
I mean, either this tells you how shitty this draft is, that you just jumped Capehart for McClellan.
Yeah.
There must be some attitude issues or legal issues or other uneasy issues with Capehart, which kind of learned a little bit of that from her when I was down there, that there was some things about him that were not the greatest, but nothing that I know for sure. But McClellan's 6'3", 3/4, 313 pounds. When I look at his combine stats, 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands. I mean, this dude's a monster.
Attila says, no, I wanted him.
Yeah, he's
so
a
he was
monster.
Sad. That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, he's a monster.
And then Clara Waymer says, did the Lions get a 3rd-round pick? No, not yet.
That we know of. Not that we know of.
Nope, they have not had one yet.
Zachariah Branch just went off the board to the Falcons.
Right after A.J. Halsey.
And he went after getting arrested. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, that's the guy that everybody was predicting to be a 2nd-round pick.
And he would have been.
Refused to move. Yeah.
He probably would have been.
Refused to move down the sidewalk with everybody else. I don't like it when players think they're above the law or above everyone else and they don't have to listen to a law enforcement officer.
Well, hold on. A law enforcement officer can't tell you to move. If you're on a public
he was
sidewalk.
telling a whole group of people coming out of a building they had to move to the side to make room, and he wouldn't move.
That's not an arrestable offense.
He got arrested for it.
Yeah, well, he's going to lose that case. If that's the Cliff Notes version anyway.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if it's a public sidewalk, you ain't got to move. I mean, unless there's like an active investigation going on or a murder or, something happened, which I don't even know what happened. So I probably shouldn't comment on it too much. But, yeah, cops overplay their hand too much, man. Just like one tried to tell me that I was drinking the other night, like a month ago when I got pulled over in a rainstorm. And I haven't drank alcohol in about 5 years or more. It's like I just started laughing. Like, you overplayed your hand with this guy. Good luck with that. Anyway, I think if you look at where we're lining this up to be, we still got a shot, man, at some secondary. We got a big shot at some secondary. I mean, just look at all these players that are still there. Dunker, Hatchett, still on the board. Connor Liu, remember how I said that dude's going to fall like a brick, but I think he's going to go. He might go at the end of this round. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised if the Bears take him and grab that second center and just stash him. In a draft like this, I would do that because he's going to stay on NFI. So you might as well just do it. You might as well stash the guy. Lions still have a chance to get more offensive line. You got Barber, Crownover. Both those guys I thought were good. But as far as secondary goes, Lions have some options. At least right now. I mean, we're getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close to where we are 38 picks away. We are 38 picks away from our next pick. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 players left that are graded 6.2 or higher. 15 players. Oh, Eric dipped out. Hold on. I didn't know he dipped out. So at a minimum right now, you're looking at Domani Jackson, Devin Moore, and my guy, Malik Muhammad, that the Lions could end up with. That's like the bottom. Ephesians Prysock, Andre Fuller. That's like the bottom that you could end up with. And if you like those guys, if you think they're any good, great. Lorenzo Styles. He's still available. Is Eric back?
Yeah.
So what I was just saying, I don't know if you heard it, but there's 15 players just in safety and corner alone that are rated at 6.2 and higher, and we have 18 picks before we're up next.
Wow.
Or 38 picks, right? Was it 38? 38 picks. So, and then there goes two more players, not corners or safeties.
Yeah.
The picks are coming in fast now.
Yeah.
So you could end up with Ephesians Prysock, Andre Fuller. I know two guys that you like. My guy, like I said, is Malik Muhammad. I really like him. Domani Jackson, Devin Moore. My son really likes Devin Moore because they played at Naples together.
I talked to both Moore and Domani Jackson. I liked them both. Yeah.
You still got Julian Neal. You still have Wheatley. You still have Kilgore. You still have Ramsey.
Kilgore still. Dude, this is boggling my mind how this is like lining up for Brad to not have to do anything, just stick and pick and take who's available.
It's that kind of draft, man.
Because right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 12 players that are 6.4 or high, 13 players that are 6.4 or higher in just cornerbacks and safeties. That is nuts.
Jamad McCoy's still on the board too.
Yeah. And then you got a couple of linebackers still in there.
I'll give Brad a pass. Nah, no, I won't. Don't take McCoy at 118 if he's still there.
I'm fine with it. If he wants to do that at 118, I'm fine.
No way, because if you can get Kilgore or Wheatley, like that's an immediate player.
Yeah.
Right? And McCoy is going to be a year out again if he really has to go through another surgery. And then you're talking 2 years away from football. And then you've got to work back to play again. Like,
yeah.
His career could be done at that point, if he doesn't make it all the way back.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still some good names on the board. I mean, edge, probably to a lesser degree. Defensive tackle, I doubt Overton's going to make it. But if you start getting down the board, you've got Caleb Proctor back there, Capehart.
See, I picked Caleb Proctor to come to the Lions. That was one guy. Maybe I'll get one right in the late rounds here.
Caleb Proctor?
Yep. I had him, and I had
Yeah, maybe we get a Proctor after all.
Yeah. Yeah. And I did take Fuller a couple of times. I took Prysuck a couple of times. Damani Jackson a few times. Moore a couple times. I tried to pick up Styles there a couple times. So a couple names I still like on this board. Man, I actually like a lot of these players further down the board. I don't know what it is this year. I really like a lot of the fifth, sixth, seventh round, the day 3 guys, man. I think I know more about a lot of the day 3 guys than I did the higher up guys. Because I talked to a lot more of those kind of guys. I was trying to figure out who the Lions might take later on. You don't think we double dip at edge, do you?
I mean, I would rather see them. I would rather see them take an inside outside guy, like a bigger 5-tech, a 5-tech, and have someone that has duality, someone that can crash small the guards and run some twists and stunts and run some games up front that you utilize their hand speed, their foot speed, their first strike, and I think Capehart's that guy. Like, if you go watch Capehart's film, I promise you what you are going to see is a dude that just grabs shoulder pads and throws these guys like 3 yards out of his way. I don't remember which game it was, but he just grabbed a guard and went whoosh and just threw him out the way and then went and rushed the quarterback. And when I saw that, I'm like, okay, I'm in. Like, I need to watch more. And that was like one of the first plays that I saw. And that wasn't that the night before the Tuesday? I think it was Monday night when I was laying in bed at the Verbo or whatever it was, that I watched his film or watched some of his film.
Somebody just texted me. Are we going to pick anyone else in this NFL draft in round 3?
We don't have a pick, but it doesn't seem that way.
No, it's not looking that good.
So with the next 3 picks, well, we don't have 128, so that means we have 118, 157, right?
Yep.
So out of those next 2 picks, we could end up with Wheatley, Kilgore, Capehart, Julian Neal, or Caleb Proctor.
Wow.
Without making a move. But I would say Kilgore's the one that I think is going to go earlier. And I had him at 108, not 118. 108. I was thinking the Lions pick, but it was 108, not 118.
Dude, we get to 118, and Jermod McCoy is sitting there. I'm sorry, man. He was rated 17 by SIS. And he's there at 117. Man, that just screams JMO situation all over it. You know, you're picking somebody for next year. Wow. How long can you let the guy go before you just finally have to pick him?
Vikings are on the board. I got to listen to this. Or did they already pick? They just picked Dominique Orange.
Yeah.
Man,
so
they went hard after a couple of defensive tackles.
Yeah, that's 2 defensive tackles. And I saw this from a Vikings fan. He says, I'm disgusted. Grenard for a pair of 3s just because we've been totally incompetent and need cap space. And that's all they could give us in the deal.
I'm sorry, what? Include me in here? What happened?
So this is from a Vikings fan. He wrote, I'm disgusted as a Vikings fan. Grenard for a pair of 3rd-round picks to the Eagles. Our franchise has been totally incompetent, and we need the cap space more than they can give him the deal he deserves.
Grenard, like Greenard?
Yeah. Grenard, the guy that they just traded to the Eagles for 2 third-round picks.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about a draft pick. I'm sorry.
No. For the player that they traded.
Yeah, but he's not worth anything. Like, if you're getting rid of a player that wants $100 million and you got 2 third-round picks in next year's draft, those third-round picks are going to be worth a move up into the second and possibly then a move up into the first if you want to get another quarterback. That's super smart. That's a super smart deal by the Vikings. Super smart. You're not paying the guy. You're saving all that cap, and now you get to go have some extra picks in next year's draft, which will, at least as we know right now, be a lot more loaded with at least a dozen quarterbacks, 5 or 6 of them that could go in the first round easily, and that'll be I think put the draft back on the map next year. It'll be more like a regular draft. I think that the draft stock is going to be a lot heavier. Be a lot better players next year. I think we're going to get a few more older players again. I think that's just what you're going to deal with is, 23-year-olds more often. But there's some good players coming out next year. And like I said, next week, I've already got tape rolling in. And so I'm not going to make the mistake and start in December again. I'm going to start watching throughout the year. Like I said, that, this next channel or the other channel that I'm beginning to make right now is going to be more draft centric, and it's just going to be videos on guys that I'm doing throughout the year, and continue to have the conversation about the draft throughout the year. And when I get the information, I'll post it. I've already locked down all the channels, but when I get it up and running and going, I'll let you guys know. It'll probably be sometime in, honestly, probably June, before I even start releasing anything at all. And it'll be backloaded. So there'll be some things on it that people can look at. Do you want to get out of here?
I got 24 minutes. I'm waiting for something.
Okay.
So I can stick around for a little while.
All right. Well, while you were doing that, how many people we have in?
I don't know. It doesn't show me when I look on the computer. It
We
doesn't
still have
show me
108 people in. We'll stick around. I want to finish my article real quick. I want to get my article up, and I'll turn the NFL thing back on.
Yeah.
I didn't write an article on. Whoops. I did not write an article on Blake Miller yet.
Keep up with every pick on NFL.com with the Draft Tracker presented by Lexus. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers' latest pick is coming in here. Last time they chose Josiah Trotter, Jeremiah's kid, got picked. Here in the Commonwealth, Jermod McCoy still sitting there, sliding down with some injury questions. One of the best defenders in college football. Might make it all the way to day 3. We shall see. But the latest pick in this draft is coming in from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we move forward with the Steelers one more time. And the Chargers at 86 just traded their pick to Cleveland. So alert, Browns fans, you're back in the 3rd round.
Rich, I also want to point out, I believe that's the first Shania Twain song we've heard at an NFL draft.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I think you just missed it in a previous one.
Fire them cannons. Welcome to the draft here in Pittsburgh. Thank you, Pittsburgh fans, for being the host of this tremendous draft. I'd like to thank the late Malcolm Glazer and the Glazer family for providing me with the opportunity to broadcast not just 1, but 2 Super Bowl championships. Super Bowl 37, Super Bowl 55. And to all Buccaneer fans worldwide, touchdown Tampa Bay. Speaking of touchdowns, Tampa Bay, with the 84th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ted Hurst, wide receiver, Georgia State. Go Bucs!
Wow,
You got some
lots
big
of
shoes
wide
to fill with
receivers.
Mike Evans gone, but Ted Hurst brings similar size and the ability to work vertical down the field. You see the speed right there. Ran 4.42 CD, and someone who, when you're at a school at that level, right, in that conference, the Sun Belt Conference, it was curious to see what it would look like once he got to the Senior Bowl. And these flashes we saw on tape, man, it carried over with a fantastic week of practice. Here you can see him right here rocking that number 7, just tracking the ball down the field at Justin with the one-handed pluck. He was impressive.
I think where I was most impressed by him was at his size, the footwork at the line of scrimmage, the releases, getting out, getting downfield, and then once he was able to do that, look out.
So here come the Steelers and then the Browns, who just took the picks they got from the Giants. For the Giants to trade all the way back in, you just flipped them to the Chargers for them to move back in as part of the compensation. There's a couple more picks, including one next year, that's involved in this trade. But anyway, the Steelers are back on the clock. One more time tonight. 15 receivers now. That's 15. 2 more to tie the record for most in the first 3 rounds of the draft. This is not going to be different from here on out. Every year we're seeing these wideouts come in waves and waves and waves. The college game just keeps producing them. And there's 5 more in your top 100, and we haven't reached the top 100 of this draft yet. Yeah, there's a lot more coming.
Here we go, Steelers! Here we go!
Last we saw from the Pittsburgh Steelers, they chose Drew Allard with Joey Porter and son. Now here comes Cam Hayward.
Pittsburgh, I got to hear you with this pick. With the 85th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl winners, soon to be 7. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Dalen Everett, defensive back, Georgia.
They like big corners. You know, we used to always talk about Seattle big corners. Pittsburgh now has amassed quite a few of these bigger cornerbacks. Joey Porter Jr., we saw on the stage a little earlier. You know how big he is. Jamel Dean comes in. And now you have Dalen Everett, who's 6'1.5", 196 pounds. This is a big game player. He's played in a ton of big games throughout his career in Georgia, and in those big moments, he's been absolutely at his best. He's always in phase. He's an excellent tackler, CD, someone who, we referenced him a little bit early. Stripling ran away from him in that game, but that was a rarity. He's a very good tackler, and that's an important aspect of how they want to play defense here in Pittsburgh.
He's from one of those programs, Joel, that you know well, that there's so many players that after a while, you forget about just how many are actually good. Yeah. And Everett falls into that category. And then he reminded everyone at the Combine. He blew that away with the test. He went, oh, yeah, that's right. He's a good player, too. Yeah, with those long arms that can play.
And whenever you're considered from the coaching staff at Georgia the leader of a room, that says something about your football character, and he was the leader of that DB room.
Do you keep score at a baseball game, anybody? Old school?
Oh, yeah, but if I'm going to a game, I'm keeping a scorecard.
My Cleveland Browns card looks like a 19-inning baseball game.
The old National League scorecard.
Yeah. Where pitchers had to hit and then be pinch hit for. I can't even keep up with it. They're back in the 3rd round is basically what I'm saying. And here is their choice.
With the 86th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Austin Barber, tackle, Florida.
Well, the remaking of that offensive line continues. They did it with their first pick in Spencer Fano. They add another piece here in Austin Barber, who I think has a chance to be a swing tackle. You could use him in either place. Charles, you're talking about maybe even kicking him inside. I like him out there on the perimeter, but it gives him options. When you have to rebuild the entire group,
You like guys that have a little bit of that versatility and flexibility.
And it just wasn't that long ago when we talked about this Cleveland Browns offensive line as one of the best ones in football, where you lined up and they just smacked you around, and you're talking about trying to deal with them, where they would break you and Nick Chubb would run behind it. They have to do exactly what you said, DJ. Retool it, put it all together, and then keep DeJuan Jones healthy, and he can stay on the field. He's really 2 tackles in 1, because that is a massive man.
So trying to figure everything out. I mean,
So that third round
2
pick
fourths and a 6. That's what they flipped. And some of those picks they just
turned
got
into
from the
2
Giants.
4s and a 6, moving from 105 to 86. So if the Lions wanted to move up to 86, they could have traded a 4th and probably a 5th and a 6th, or a 4th and 2 5ths if they wanted to move to 86.
I think Joe Hayden just got pinch hit for.
And then we would have been done.
Did you walk out to
You know, like you would have had a couple of 1 6th and a 7th left. You know,
I got him going, and
they just.
Candlesticks would be a nice.
I'm sorry, I would have taken 3 or 4 players and called it a night.
87th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Will Kazmarek, tight end, Ohio State.
Okay. Another Ohio State tight end goes off the board.
I mean, this has got to be a record for multiple players at the same position from the same school getting drafted within the first 3 rounds. Kazmarek, again, more of the better blocker of the 2 tight ends. Claire, a little more athletic. Kazmarek, a little more physical in the run game. You see him, there's flashes where he'll get down the seam and show you something, but to me, that's not really the smoothest athlete. He's just dependable, reliable. He didn't drop a single ball last year, and you can count on him in the run game.
And I tell you, late in the year, he was an absolute mauler in the run game. They went into Michigan and ran the football in that second half, inclement weather. The best blocker on the field that day was Will Kazmarek. They took a lot of value out of that, certainly from the coaching staff. And he's a guy that transferred in from Ohio. So he found a role and did it really well.
Started opening night about wanting to be more physical, didn't they, the Miami Dolphins? That theme continues under John Eric Sullivan, their new GM.
That was the 7th tight end chosen tonight. Let's head to the commercial break. Don't worry, Jacksonville fans. We respect you. We'll give you your...
That song's going to kill me.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't catch it in time.
Getting sleepy.
I'm writing.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this.
Oh, you're Blake Miller?
No, I'm working on Moore's first. So who just went? What did I miss?
William Kazmarek from Ohio State, the tight end.
Tight end.
He just went. Yeah, and Austin Barber, the Florida.
Oh, really? Barber just went?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
The Browns. Browns moved up.
That's a good pick. That's a good player. Man, the Browns are crushing it. They're absolutely crushing it. Brassel finally went off the board.
Yeah.
A.J. Halsey ends up going to the Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Browns are having a really good draft. Really good draft. Hate to say it, but they are.
It's all right.
Now it's time for the next generation to show.
So, is there anybody hanging out in the chat here? Lids are getting heavy. Yeah, mine too, man. It's been a long couple of days, and I'll probably finish up these articles tomorrow, honestly, because I need to look at them with some fresh eyes.
What time are we on tomorrow? Draft starts at noon.
I think it's at noon, yeah.
I'm sleeping until noon.
Of course you are. I'll be up at whatever time I normally am.
Not me. I'm not setting an alarm.
Dude, I haven't set an alarm in years. I wake up at 5 o'clock every day. And some days when you're up till 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm still up at 5, but I'll just kind of lay there like I did the other day. That was today. Feels like a whole nother day ago. I'm still excited for the way this draft is shaping out, man.
Oh yeah, I think it's given the Lions a lot of opportunity to take best player available from here on out. They no worries.
I mean, it's been best player all the time, but let me just show everybody what we're looking at with Lions' new depth chart right now.
We get a safety. I'm happy for the rest of the draft. We can get a linebacker next year. That's all we need.
Oh, I gotta fix it. I think I'm gonna try that different mic tomorrow. Dude, our team is stacked, man. I don't know why people are so worried about. I mean, a roster that is ready to go. We got some core studs on this team.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks that we don't have more draft capital. I mean, there's some players here that I would have loved to have seen. Oh, Emmanuel Pregnan gone. Went to the Jags.
Oh yeah, he just went. Now the Bears are up.
And it's another one of these guys, and I keep saying this, college football is it's better than it's ever been because guys can develop. Wyoming, then USC, then Oregon.
Pick is in. I'll be back to that in just a moment. I'll turn it on when we hear the Bears announce. But, I mean, you look at our roster right now. Here's our starters. Isaac Tesla, 6'4", runs 4.4 speed. Jamison Williams, 6'1", runs 4.35s, somewhere in that range. Amon-Ra St. Brown runs a 4.55, but he's the fastest damn player on the field. I swear to God. That guy just gets open. Greg Dortch behind him, who I compared him to, what's his name? Well, here's the pick. Khalif Raymond.
Here's Jimbo Covert back in.
There's Daniel Jeremiah. He's right here.
Okay, Chicago.
Jimbo Covert.
With the 89th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears
A
select
punter.
Xavier Thomas, wide receiver, LSU.
Xavier Thomas.
There's another wide receiver. That is the 16th taken.
This is about speed. This is just pure speed. He ran a 4.28 if you're into that. Big time juice down the field. There's not a ton of production, but there was some practice.
They just got their new return man.
That were making the rounds, and they've had all those talented corners.
That's the Ben Johnson effect.
Really separating with that 4.28 speed.
Ben Johnson's still in the offensive coordinator mindset. Wanting all these.
This is a smart move. This is a dangerous move.
And it's the type of pick that when you look at who took him and Ben Johnson, there's specific things that he has in mind that he can do with that player. So a lot of times when they're putting those things down, right, Joel, when you have that play chart that you see a coach has, they will have stars and different things for different things. It's not just calling
That's a
play.
smart move. I
It's
hate to say
people
it
play
because he's definitely going to be a you see that 49er guy that just showed that helmet? I just ordered one of those in blue and silver, the Iron Man helmet for my new costume this year for my Lions helmet.
Yeah.
I got the Iron Man one, the MK5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you get the mechanical one that moves and stuff,
Yeah.
has lights in it?
Yep.
Yeah. I saw them, but everybody kept tagging me in them. I couldn't wear one, not with my big old beard.
Oh, I've never seen a Lions one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, people might make them. That's what I got to do. I got to make it.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of people posting the Lions one because they were all tagging me in it.
Oh, you have to send that to me. I've never seen a Lions one.
There goes a running back.
They're not licensable.
Yeah.
So Isaac Tesla, anyway, Jamison Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, that's three studs. And then behind them, you got Greg Dortch, who is a hell of a return man. I think he's as good, if not better, than Khalif, and he's younger. He's on a 1-year deal, so what? Tom Kennedy's going to stick around and probably still help us return in the kick game. And then he's just always been Tom. I mean, Tom's Tom. Maybe this is the year we see Dominic Lovett and Jackson Meeks, step up and carve out a bigger role and beat out. One of them's going to have to beat out Tom Kennedy. But I'd say Dortch, Brown, Jameson, and Tesla, that's your starting 4. And the last 4 are going to round out that 5th or 6th spot. Penei Sewell, he's now going to be a right tackle. Hold on. Left tackle, excuse me. Christian Mahogany at left guard. That's gonna be a huge competition right there. Cade Mays at center, Tate Rallage at right guard, Blake Miller at the right tackle position. The only issue I have here is, the only issue I have here is our offensive line is going to be a lot younger. Tate going into his 2nd season, I'm a little bit more comfortable than I was last year, because last year we had this whole Johnny Morton effect that really screwed everything up. So hopefully Tate Rallage has better communication this year with everybody, and he's going to be able to take that next step up and not allow the right side of this offensive line to get weak. Penei Sewell's no longer going to be there, and I don't know if anyone's talked about this, Eric, but I'll talk about it this week.
What's that?
Jared Goff. And now he doesn't have Penei Sewell to his right. So he's not going to have that comfort to his right. His body mechanics are going to change. The way he sets in the pocket's going to change. Probably the way that he even looks down his routes are going to change. And I would say that there's a lot that goes into this, way more than I would ever know, way more than I could ever speak to. But I do know a little bit. In that when you start to devise the plan, the scheme, the play calls, you use your strengths, right? I mean, everybody does that. Use your strengths. But if you are strong to the right, and you know that Penei Sewell can hold his block longer than anybody else, where do you think you want to start looking to throw the ball? To your left. Where is Goff more comfortable throwing? To his left. Well, now on the right side, you're going to have a rookie potentially, and you may not feel as comfortable, so you're going to have to hurry it up a little bit. Meaning now maybe you're going to start your pattern on the right. Now, I'm not saying that they always look right then left or look left then right. They look all over the place. The point that I'm trying to drive home is things will change for Jared Goff too. He's not going to have that comfort factor with Penei Sewell now on the left side, other than he might feel a little bit, he's going to feel a little naked on the front half, but behind him, maybe he'll feel better that Penei Sewell is going to be able to hold up the back end, and maybe the play designs, fit right into that. But when you look at the offense overall, I mean, the offensive line overall, you're going to have a 2 to 3 year player at left guard, a 2-year player at right guard, a rookie at right tackle, and a 4 year player at center. And Cade Mays has only put 18 months in at center. It's a really young offensive line. This is the offensive line of the future. These guys right here. Then you have Juice Scruggs to back him up, Larry Borum to potentially back him up, and then Giovanni Manu, Miles Frazier, and Christian Mahogany. I mean, battling it all out for that left guard spot. Maybe Borum slides in to play left guard. Maybe he battles out a guard spot. He can play up and down the line. I don't think Corby Sorsdahl is going to stick around, but you look at this offensive line. I mean, dude, what do we have there? 15 guys already? I think we have more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 15 guys already on the offensive line. And we haven't brought in one UDFA yet.
Yeah.
And then you have Sam Laporta, Brock Wright, Tyler Conklin, Zach Horton, and Thomas Gordon. Tight end's a weak spot for me. I like Tyler Conklin, but he's not a big producer. If he's 400 or 500 yards a year, that's like tops. Brock Wright is never a producer. He's a blocker. We have one guy that can produce, and he has a back injury, and that's Sam Laporta. Good at the quarterback position, good at the running back position. But overall, this offense, Do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'd say 9 out of 11 positions I'm extremely happy with, and they're extremely strong. 9 out of 11 are extremely strong on the offense. On the defense, Aiden, Tyleek entering his second year, he's going to take a huge leap. Aleem McNeil's going into his 6th season. Derek Moore, hopefully, I think DJ Wanham is going to be the immediate starter. I don't know why they put Derek Moore in front, but DJ Wanham is going to be the immediate starter. A lot of time on task for DJ Wanham, but to back all of them up, Tyler Lacey put in some good snaps last year and the year before. Ahmed Hassani, we don't even know who he is yet. There's a lot of unknown there. And then the biggest unknown is Levi Onwuzurike. And if he's going to be healthy this year, if he gets back to his top 10 shape, this is a very scary team and a very deep team. And a lot of guys on here that, if you look at your practice squad already, well, Levi, if something were to happen and he's not working out, well, he's going to go to your practice squad. Right? And he's a vet, and he doesn't have to go anywhere. Miles Adams, he's a vet. He could go to your practice squad and stick there. I'm pretty sure Tyler Lacey is a vet, and now he can go to your practice squad and stay there on a vet deal. We don't know enough about Mekhi Wingo, but there's a lot of meat on that bone. That's a pretty stout front four right now. The linebacker room is weak with Malcolm Rodriguez at the will position. I think Barnes and Jack are going to be just fine. Damon Clark is going to be a dog. I really like his film. I like what he's all about. He's going to be big for us. Our cornerback room, DJ Reed, if he gets back to his form, he'll be fine. If Terrion Arnold can get to his form, he'll be fine. But Rock Ya-Sin, to me, he's the glue that holds all this together. Rock Ya-Sin needs to play like he was last year and up a level, and we're going to be just fine there. If Terrion Arnold's not working out, Rock Ya-Sin is our starter, and I'm totally comfortable with that. I think Christian Izzian's going to surprise a lot of people, and I think Chuck Clark is the glue that's going to hold the safety room together for right now. And then you have Avonte Maddox behind him, and he played really well. And then you have Thomas Harper behind him, and he played really well. So I think that when you look at this roster overall and you look at what we're doing in the draft, it's what I've been saying is we have 18 to 20 really solid core guys. You almost have a full team ready to rock and roll today that are all starter quality or near starter quality on almost every team. And then you have a lot of all pros and pro bowlers on this squad. I think 13 or 12 or 11, somewhere in that range of all pro bowlers on this squad. That's a ton. Roger McCreary, a ton of experience. Yeah, he's smaller, but a ton of experience. Should be an upgrade over Amik Robertson. Should. Not saying he is. Should, on paper. So I think our biggest need right now is still safety, but I think that we have a roster that's going to go compete day one. This is a Super Bowl roster. It's a Super Bowl roster. You agree, disagree, thoughts?
Oh, I totally disagree. Or I totally do agree that this is a Super Bowl roster. You got to remember our core players where we have like 18. There's not too many other teams in the NFL that have a core like the Detroit Lions, man. The best bang for your buck players, we already have them. We don't need a whole bunch of players in the draft. If we get 3 players that are even rotational starters, I would be very surprised. More than that. This edge rusher, Derek Moore, he's probably not going to be an every down player like Hutch. He's not going to be out there 90% of the snaps. And the only one I see that is going to be an all the time starter is going to be Miller. So no matter who we get the rest of these rounds, they're just going to be rotational pieces. Even if it's a safety, they may have to fill in for a few games, but they're not going to be the safety or the linebacker that plays every single down. So I think this roster isn't just one player away. I think we're 0 players away. I think we got this. We're good. We don't need any more draft picks other than maybe some insurance for health reasons in the safety room. Other than that, I'm going to revert to what Dan Campbell said. We're good. I truly believe the Lions have a Super Bowl roster.
We're good. I don't know what is going on with my lighting, but my eyes look like I got brown circles around them. I don't know what I don't know what happened in here. My lighting, my face looks all weird. Something's just not right. I don't know what it is. I'll have to fix it tomorrow. You know what? I did put different lights in here, but that shouldn't have changed it that much. All right, Jyshawn Barham just went to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Keegan Trost just went to the Rams. Trey Zune, I liked him as a center. Kalen Black, was he the third running back that just came off the board?
Yeah.
And he went before Mike Washington, like I said.
Yeah.
Like I said, I expected Washington to go sometime in day 3. You know, his 40 time was great, but that's what put him on the map. You know, that he didn't have an extremely good profile before that. He really didn't. But I think he's still going to be a good player. Maybe the Lions end up with a halfback tomorrow because there's going to be plenty where they're picking. You know, there's going to be plenty.
I'll tell you that kid from Navy, dude, he's going to be there late. He's going to be there really late. And if there's some way, somehow, we can pick him up, that Heidenreich, dude, that's who I want in the 7th round. Right there, Heidenreich. Let's get him.
Well, the only problem with Heidenreich is how you use him. Like, if you're bringing him in because he has really good speed.
Special teams to start.
Yep. And that's where I've seen him as a core special teamer. He has really good speed. He's a really good dude. I just don't see the use for a fullback. We've gone away from the fullback for a reason. It doesn't fit in this offense. But where he fits is special teams and can he be a returner, because that speed is real and he's shifty.
Yeah.
But I've watched him too. I like him. I do like him. I do like him.
All right. I think I'm finally ready to call her a night.
Yeah, me too. I'll work on the rest of this article tomorrow. Let me just save it.
Starting to fall asleep on air. Was doing the same thing late last night. So I will see you guys tomorrow around noonish. What a fun day 2. We didn't get a 3rd round pick like we really thought we were going to get, but we moved up. We got the edge. So Brad can be happy for a little while that the media, the local media members are not going to hound him every 5 seconds about an edge rusher. So those days are over.
Yes, they're over. And so is this show. I appreciate you guys. DRAM, thank you for all of the donations tonight. You really made the night. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to wrap up day 3. We're going to get some good picks. Safety, corner safety, possible halfback, maybe defensive lineman in there. At the end of the day, we ready to go play football, man. Oh, hey. Tap something on my phone. See you guys tomorrow. Take care.